Fellow Taoist, you can rest assured. This item is something I obtained through great peril. It's definitely extraordinary, Jin Yuan said with a dry laugh. Han Li nodded and said nothing more, leading the elder toward a side hall. Inside the hall, which was about 30 meters wide, there was a middle-aged woman in blue robes at the foundation establishment stage, sitting cross-legged on a mat with her eyes closed. Seeing Han Li and the elder enter, she immediately opened her eyes and stood up. Do the two of you wish to browse some secret techniques and spells in our collection, or do you need a private room to discuss cultivation insights? She asked with a smile after glancing at them. A private room for the two of us will suffice, Han Li said calmly, with no interest in the texts. The techniques available for public viewing were undoubtedly ordinary. It requires a spirit stone, and once you leave, the room will be reclaimed, the woman said with a smile. She then reached to her waist, and a small, several-inch-wide stone house appeared in her hand. Han Li was initially taken aback, but quickly resumed his usual expression. He handed her a spirit stone, took the miniature stone house, and examined it curiously. Is this your first time seeing a celestial chamber? The woman asked with interest upon seeing Han Li's reaction. Indeed, I've never encountered such an item before. Is it a magical artifact? Han Li weighed it in his hand. It felt extremely light, almost weightless. The celestial chamber can be considered a magical artifact, but also not. It's quite convenient. You just need to infuse it with spiritual energy to enlarge and use it. Low-level celestial chambers can only enlarge and shrink and have no other functions, so calling it a magical artifact is a bit of a stretch. However, higher-level celestial chambers can include formations and enchantments, making them comparable to magical treasures. The one we're giving you is a fairly ordinary type, only effective for soundproofing and preventing eavesdropping. The woman explained in detail. Han Li was quite surprised upon hearing this. Although he was informed that private rooms were available for rent, he hadn't expected such an unusual item. This kind of thing was unheard of in Tiannan. Jin Yuan followed closely, but couldn't help but comment after a moment. I'm surprised, Taoist, that this is your first time seeing a celestial chamber. But it's understandable. These items are usually sold by the Celestial Pavilion to itinerant cultivators and high-level cultivators who travel extensively. Given your youth and cultivation, you must be a carefully nurtured disciple of some sect, so you naturally wouldn't buy such impractical things. Also, these items are quite expensive. It's more cost-effective to buy magical artifacts or elixirs instead. Though, how much would such an ordinary celestial chamber cost? And are they all the same shape? Han Li asked casually. Low-level ones cost around 100 spirit stones. High-level ones depend on the formations and enchantments they include, but are generally much more expensive than artifacts of the same level. As for shapes, they come in many forms, towers, pavilions, mansions, and so on. I've even heard that the highest-level celestial chambers are like small, fully functional cave dwellings, the elder explained. A small cave dwelling. Han Li was taken aback. Don't get your hopes up. Such cave-dwelling celestial chambers cost tens of thousands of spirit stones each. We can only dream about owning one, the elder said self-mockingly. Han Li nodded, his expression returning to normal. By now, they had reached the side hall. There, they saw 5 or 6 scattered stone houses, each identical to the one Han Li held, emitting a faint white glow. Han Li's heart stirred as he casually extended his divine sense towards one of the houses. As expected, his divine sense was blocked by a simple enchantment. While this barrier could be easily breached, doing so would immediately alert the house's owner, preventing eavesdropping. This was indeed a relatively secure method to prevent others from listening in. With this thought, Han Li infused the miniature house with a bit of spiritual energy, causing it to heat up and tremble. He then threw it towards an empty spot. With a flash of white light and a muffled boom, a house several meters in size appeared. "Please enter, Brother Jin," Han Li said politely after inspecting the stone house. "Then I won't be shy. I must say, though I've seen celestial chambers before, I've rarely entered one," Jin Yuan said, rubbing his sparse beard with a smile. He stepped forward, opened the door, and walked in. Han Li followed, closing the door behind him. The interior of the house was small but well crafted. In addition to a stone table and chairs, there was a stone bed. Jin Yuan had already seated himself comfortably in a chair. Han Li placed a hand on the wall, activating the house's enchantments before sitting opposite Jin Yuan. "You mentioned you had some questions earlier. What would you like to know?" Jin Yuan asked seriously. "Nothing much. I plan to stay in Guaning Prefecture for a while, but know little about the local families, sects, and taboos. Your accent suggests you're a local, so I hoped you could enlighten me," Han Li said calmly. "No problem, not to boast, but I know everything about Guaning Prefecture and even Liaoju. What would you like to know first?" Jin Yuan relaxed and smiled. "Since the prominent families here are the main players, let's start with them. It would be helpful to know about recent significant events involving them," Han Li suggested. "The major families in Guaning Prefecture. This area falls under the Confucian sect's influence, so most families here are affiliated with various Confucian sects. However, the 4 major families in Guaning are different. Apart from the Kong family, the other 3 have their own traditions," Jin Yuan began. "4 major families? Isn't Guaning known for its 3 major families?" Han Li asked nonchalantly. It's only been 3 major families in recent years. 10 years ago, there were 4. But one of them, the Feng family, somehow offended the other 3 and was wiped out overnight. All their main disciples were killed. It said they were discussing something important at the time, and all their main members were gathered. Jin Yuan recounted the events. Han Li listened quietly, comparing Jin Yuan's account with what Feng Zhen had told him, looking for discrepancies. After discussing the families, Jin Yuan moved on to the various sects in Guaning. He seemed well-traveled and experienced, not only in Guaning but in other prefectures as well. Han Li was pleased with the information, gaining a clear understanding of the cultivation world in Liaoju, much more detailed than the intelligence he got from Cao Mengrong. However, Jin Yuan was quite a talker, going on for a quarter of an hour, occasionally adding his own opinions. When he finally stopped, Han Li smiled and said, "Of course. I need your expertise in identifying it," Jin Yuan replied eagerly. He carefully took out a jade box from his storage bag and placed it on the table. Han Li scanned it with his divine sense, but was surprised when it encountered a strange, repelling force, unable to penetrate the box. Intrigued, Han Li watched as Jin Yuan opened the box, revealing a fist-sized, golden, glowing object. "Please take a closer look and see if you can identify it," Jin Yuan said, pushing the box toward Han Li. Han Li raised an eyebrow, picked up the box, and examined it closely. He saw that it was a bubble-like object, glowing with a strange golden light. It was transparent and empty inside, but had no spiritual energy, appearing mundane. After a long inspection, Han Li reached out with a finger wrapped in a layer of green light and gently poked it. His finger sank into it, feeling soft and flexible like a real bubble. Surprised, Han Li released his divine sense again, trying to envelop it. The bubble flickered, repelling his divine sense. Without hesitation, Han Li increased the strength of his divine sense, sending multiple strands into it. A strange scene unfolded. "What is this, Senior Dayan? Have you seen it before?" Han Li furrowed his brows for a long while before using his divine sense to transmit the question to Lord Dayan. "Do you really think I'm omniscient and omnipotent? I've never heard of this thing before, but since it can resist your divine sense penetration, it must be some kind of rare treasure. Ask the person in detail about how they acquired it. Whether to accept it or not is up to you," Lord Dayan said grumpily. Hearing this, Han Li smiled inwardly and didn't get angry. Instead, with his eyes flashing, he retracted his divine sense, allowing the bubble to return to normal, and placed the jade box back on the table. "So how is it? Do you recognize this item?" Jin Yuan asked eagerly. "Sorry, my experience is limited, and I really can't identify this object," Han Li said apologetically. "Brother Han doesn't recognize it either. Just now, I saw something strange happen with it and thought you might know its use." The old man was full of disappointment, with a hint of suspicion in his expression. Han Li chuckled lightly and explained casually, "The anomaly just now was caused by wrapping it with a large amount of divine sense. Although I don't know what it is, calling it a rare treasure is not entirely wrong." "Oh, that's the case." The old man seemed somewhat skeptical, his gaze fixed on the golden bubble in the box, and he sent out his divine sense as well. Seeing this, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, quietly watching the old man's actions. After a while, the bubble indeed glowed with golden light and began to slightly expand and contract. The old man exhaled a long breath, showing a hint of fatigue on his face. After closing his eyes to rest for a moment, he opened them again. "Brother Jin, where did you get this item? It seems quite peculiar. Is there any special origin to it? Of course, if Brother Jin feels it's inconvenient to say, just forget it." Han Li spoke calmly, showing an indifferent demeanor. "This item doesn't have any secret origin. However, I'm afraid that if I tell you, you won't believe me because it's quite unbelievable," Jin Yuan said hesitantly, then smiled bitterly. "How do you know I won't believe you unless you tell me? Besides, knowing its origin might give me some ideas. After all, it's hard to infer anything just from a lifeless object," Han Li said with a carefree smile. Listening to the other person's tone, it seemed this item indeed had some story. "Actually, there's nothing to hide about its origin. It's just that all my friends who went with me to acquire this item perished, so I don't like to bring it up," Jin Yuan said with a sigh. Han Li was taken aback by this, but seeing the other person showing a contemplative look, he knew the old man would continue speaking and remained silent. "You might have guessed, I'm a rogue cultivator, and I've been practicing earth attribute techniques. My other abilities are average, but I happen to have an innate earth spirit body, which gives me some proficiency in earth escape techniques. If it weren't for my low-grade spiritual roots, many major sects would have fought to take me as a disciple," the old man said with a look of regret. "So, after achieving some cultivation success, I often liked to explore deserted mountains and lands, hopping to find some ancient cultivators' abodes or spiritual sites, and perhaps turn my luck around overnight. But those ancient abodes and treasures aren't easy to find. Although I can't say I gain nothing, it wasn't worth the time spent. Until 3 years ago." Jin Yuan's voice paused unnaturally. Then he continued in a deep tone. "3 years ago, I accepted an invitation from a friend who said he had discovered an ancient tomb from the prehistoric era and wanted my help with my earth escape technique to explore it together. If we found any treasures, I would get a share. Naturally, I was overjoyed and agreed immediately. There were several other acquaintances joining us. At that time, I realized the tomb might be unusual. Indeed, when we entered the tomb, we discovered—" The old man's voice started to tremble slightly. "We discovered it was the tomb of a notorious emperor from ancient times, King Xuan Yi, a legendary figure known for his cruelty. We were initially disappointed, thinking it was a wasted trip. After all, no matter how remarkable he was among mortals, what useful items could he have for us cultivators? But to our surprise, in the main burial chamber, we found many rare materials and magical artifacts used by cultivators. We were overjoyed and about to take the items when the numerous mummified corpses in the tomb suddenly came to life, turning into invincible zombies. No matter what magical artifacts or techniques we used, they were all ineffective against them. Most of our friends were torn to pieces on the spot. And there were also strange phenomena from the main coffin, as if the legendary King Xuan Yi was about to resurrect. Fortunately, I was proficient in earth escape techniques and immediately fled underground. Otherwise, I would have perished in that ominous tomb. The others were not so lucky. Jin Yuan's face turned slightly pale, clearly still traumatized by the experience. And this item is. Han Li was slightly shocked, but still pointed at the jade box and asked. This item was placed on the main coffin. I grabbed it in passing when I fled. I thought it must be a rare treasure due to its peculiar nature. But after asking around in various markets, no one knew what it was. Although people recognized it as unusual, no one was willing to pay a high price for it. So, it remained in my possession, Jin Yuan said straightforwardly without much pretense, though his face showed evident frustration. Since it's an ancient emperor's burial item, it's not surprising that no one knows about it. After all, many things from ancient times have long disappeared from the current cultivation world. However, a mortal emperor having cultivator items and turning into zombies seems quite serious. Didn't you seek others to explore the tomb again? Hanley asked with a strange expression. Of course, I sought help and brought a group of high-level cultivators with me. But when we reached the original site, the tomb had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a vast wasteland. I could hardly believe my eyes, but the location was unmistakable, with even the secret marks I left at the entrance still clearly visible, Jin Yuan said, his face turning gloomy. Han Li frowned. If all this were true, and the old man was the sole survivor while failing to find the tomb again, his subsequent days must have been quite troubled. Where did you encounter this ancient tomb? Can you tell me? After some thought, Han Li asked calmly. Where else? It was deep within the Zuling Mountains, Jin Yuan said through gritted teeth. The Zuling Mountains. If I remember correctly, you mentioned that cultivators often went missing there. Could it be related to this? Han Li said slowly, with a flash of curiosity in his eyes. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure. But if you're interested, I can give you the location of the tomb. Perhaps you might find something. Jin Yuan hesitated for a moment before suggesting. He then took out a jade slip, imprinted some information onto it, and handed it to Han Li casually. All right, if I have the time, I'll go take a look, Han Li said nonchalantly as he reached out and accepted the jade slip. Hee, it seems we really hit it off, and I've been holding this story in for a long time. How about this? Since Brother Han seems quite interested in this item, I'll sell it to you at a cheaper price. Just give me 100 spirit stones and it's yours. How about it? Jin Yuan said with a smile. 100 spirit stones. That's indeed cheap. But I don't want Brother Jin to suffer a loss. How about I give you 200 spirit stones for it? Han Li smiled, seemingly a bit embarrassed, and said. He then reached into his storage pouch at his waist, took out 2 mid-grade spirit stones, and handed them to the old man. Seeing the mid-grade spirit stones, Jin Yuan's face lit up with a smile. After exchanging a few polite words, he accepted them, and the golden bubble in the jade box was naturally handed over to Han Li. Han Li casually placed the jade box into his storage pouch in front of the old man. The old man, seeing this, seemed quite pleased, though there was a hint of reluctance on his face. But at this moment, a spirit beast bag at Han Li's waist moved slightly and let out a faint chirping sound. This is. The old man was stunned, staring curiously at the spirit beast bag on Han Li's waist. Nothing, just a low-level spirit beast I keep. It probably finds this item interesting. Han Li glanced at the spirit beast bag and said indifferently. Jin Yuan still had some doubts after hearing this, but he did not ask further questions. He chatted with Han Li for a while longer before getting up to take his leave. Watching the figure of the other man as he pushed open the stone door and walked out, the smile on Han Li's face gradually faded, revealing a hint of gloom. After a while, he suddenly took out the jade box again, opened the lid, and stared at the object inside without speaking. "Are you really planning to explore that ancient tomb?" Lord Dayan's voice came calmly through his divine sense. "Of course not. I don't know how much of what that person said was true. I'm not so naive as to take such risks. But I am indeed curious about an emperor's tomb. Perhaps once I've regained all my cultivation, I might investigate it. However, it's clear that person didn't have good intentions in telling me all this. Did he really think I'd be so easily fooled? I've lived long enough to know that someone who shares such secrets so eagerly, especially with a stranger they've just met, surely has ulterior motives. His excessive politeness is definitely suspicious. Han Li's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke indifferently. That makes sense. However, newly initiated disciples are the easiest to deceive by people like him. They might think the other person is being sincere and let their guard down, only to end up being betrayed. I too, Lord Dayan sighed, and his voice trailed off as he thought of his own experiences. Oh, Senior was once tricked in this manner as well. Han Li was taken aback and chuckled lightly. HMPH. It's not unusual for me to have been deceived in my youth, Lord Dayan said with a few embarrassed coughs. All right, I won't pry into your past mistakes. But this item has piqued the interest of the T-Hun beast. It must be something truly peculiar. Han Li's expression turned serious as he patted the spirit beast bag at his waist. A black streak of light shot out from the bag, landing on the table and transforming into a tiny monkey with glossy, jet-black fur. The small monkey sniffed the air a few times, then fixed its gaze on the golden bubble in the box, showing a hint of hesitation. Han Li, feeling puzzled, stared silently at the T-Hun beast and communicated with it through his mind. From the sensory feedback, it seemed the T-Hun beast had a mix of fear and eagerness towards the golden bubble. Before Han Li could fully understand, black mist emanated from the T-Hun beast's body, and it suddenly leaped into the golden bubble. The bubble's surface immediately emitted a bright light, and gray flames sprang from it, wrapping around the beast. The T-Hun beast's face contorted in pain, but it continued to emit a steady stream of black mist, which intertwined with the gray flames, immobilizing it within the bubble. Han Li furrowed his brows tightly. Although he didn't know what was happening, it was clear the T-Hun beast wasn't coming out anytime soon, and seemed to be using the flames for cultivation. What puzzled him even more was that as soon as the flames appeared, the golden bubble suddenly filled with spiritual energy, emitting astonishingly powerful spiritual waves. Wait, this scene is familiar. I think I've seen something like this before. Lord Dayan's voice suddenly came through, sounding contemplative. Have you remembered something, Senior? Hanley asked in surprise. Let me think. It was a long time ago. Lord Dayan's voice grew more serious. Hearing this, Han Li did not urge him and quietly watched the Ti-Hun beast inside the golden bubble while pondering. After a while, Lord Dayan's voice came again. I remember now. I saw something similar on a 10,000-year corpse king during my travels. This corpse king was a Buddhist monk before death and refined his relic into an extremely powerful protective artifact. When activated, it was nearly indestructible for a short time. I suffered greatly because of it, but that was a long time ago, and the protective artifact was silver. That's why I didn't recognize it at first. Such an artifact should be hidden within a corpse king. So how did it end up with Jin Yuan, a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Lord Dayan's voice was filled with astonishment. Even you suffered greatly because of it. This must be an extraordinary treasure. But the key now is whether the Ti-Hun beast is in any danger. Han Li asked worriedly despite being impressed by the item's power. Can't you see? Your spirit beast is absorbing the corpse flames within the relic. It's not just you who's unusual. Even your spirit beasts are extraordinary. I've never heard of a Ti-Hun beast before, Lord Dayan muttered. Absorbing the corpse flames. Upon closer inspection, Han Li saw that the Ti-Hun beast was indeed gradually devouring the gray flames with its black mist. Relieved, he couldn't help but smile wryly at Lord Dayan's remark. Honestly, this beast has evolved so much that it's probably not even a true Ti-Hun beast anymore, Han Li said helplessly. Oh, it's an evolved spirit beast. That explains the unusual demon mark on its back. The gray flames are extremely pure corpse fire, at least 10,000 years old. Ordinary cultivators and spirit beasts would be instantly killed by it. Yet your spirit beast dares to devour it. Truly remarkable. However, the artifact seems not fully refined nor has it recognized an owner. Otherwise, the corpse king's divine sense would have summoned it back instantly, even from 1,000 miles away. This is quite odd, Lord Dayan remarked, clicking his tongue in amazement. Not recognized as an owner yet. So once the corpse flames are completely absorbed by the Ti-Hun beast, I'll have gained a treasure for nothing. I wonder how powerful this Vajra barrier formed by the relic is, Han Li said, chuckling after a moment of silence. It's not just a relic, it's a Vajra relic. Most relics are white, with other colors being rare. Only golden relics are called Vajra relics, a very rare type. Those who refine such relics usually hold significant positions as Vajra protectors in Buddhist sects, akin to law enforcement elders in other sects, Lord Dayan explained after a sigh. So this protective artifact made from a Vajra relic must be even more powerful than the one you encountered before, Han Li speculated, eyes gleaming. Probably. Vajra relics are highly esteemed in Buddhist circles. However, without a direct comparison, it's hard to say for certain. Lord Dayan's voice was hesitant and unsure. Han Li smiled, and was about to speak further when the golden bubble on the stone table suddenly quivered. A grain-sized green light shot out, heading for the ceiling. Startled, Hanli focused his divine sense on the green light, forming a barrier that caused the light to rebound back down. The Ti-Hun beast snorted, and a ray of light shot up from below, enveloping the green light and pulling it back into the bubble, swallowing it. Hanli furrowed his brows tightly, his mind racing with speculation. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in a large burial chamber, 3 stone coffins were placed side by side. The chamber was enormous, over 100 feet wide. Its walls were adorned with ancient murals, and each corner had a giant copper cauldron burning with eerie green flames, casting a dim glow over the chamber. Suddenly, a pained cry came from the leftmost coffin. With a loud bang, the thick lid flew several feet into the air before crashing down. Surrounded by black mist, a tall figure suddenly stood up from the coffin. "My son, what has angered you so?" A middle-aged man's voice, deep and authoritative, came from the middle coffin. My split soul, it's gone." The tall figure in the black mist let out a few low roars and stammered in a parrot-like manner. "Your split soul is gone. Did someone notice and take the incarnation you sent out? It's no big deal. Just keep cultivating the Nether River corpse art I taught you, and it will recover soon. No need to be so angry. You still need to work on controlling your temperament." A sweet female voice came from the smaller coffin, soothingly. But, my Vajra, barrier." The tall figure in the black mist pounded his chest and looked around, groaning. "Vajra barrier? You mean the barrier formed by the relic of that old monk I killed during my last awakening. I gave it to you, nearly fully refined. Why haven't you mastered it yet?" The middle-aged man's voice turned cold and icy. The figure in the black mist stammered, seemingly at a loss for words. "It's not the prince's fault. He explained it to me." The smaller coffin creaked open, revealing a graceful figure sitting up. The chamber was too dim to see her face clearly. "What happened, my dear? Explain it to me. That Vajra barrier is a rare treasure. I entrusted it to the prince for protection because his cultivation was still shallow. Otherwise, I would have refined it myself." The middle-aged man's voice softened slightly as he asked. The sweet voice of the woman hesitated for a moment before sighing and saying, "A few years ago, during the great king's slumber, the prince relocated his own secret chamber to the surface, intending to utilize the moonlight to refine a certain treasure in preparation for the ritual of recognition. Unexpectedly, a group of cultivators from the outside world broke in from somewhere while the prince was absorbing lunar energy, so most of the seals were still inactive. As a result, these intruders managed to enter the prince's main chamber. Helpless, the prince temporarily halted cultivation and had those mindless beings handle the situation. However, one person was quite clever. Upon recognizing the prince's identity as the undead king, he immediately kneeled and begged for mercy, willing to accept the seal to survive. Seeing the person's cunning, the prince imposed the seal and accepted him. What does this have to do with the diamond relic? The middle-aged man, still not hearing what he wanted, became somewhat impatient. Your Majesty, please calm down. The key point is that this person suggested to the prince that he could effortlessly collect the souls of outside cultivators without us sending our men to search everywhere. He proposed delivering a peculiar and rare treasure to the prince, secretly embedding a strand of divine thought inside. He would then sell this item to other solitary wandering cultivators, enticing them to voluntarily come to the prince's ancient tomb. If they came, it would be a dead end. But if they didn't, the prince's divine thought would eventually activate the seal hidden in the treasure at the right moment, killing the person and capturing their soul to return to the tomb. However, for this plan to work, the treasure must be extraordinarily rare and cannot show any trace of undead aura from the prince's divine thought and corpse fire. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. The woman explained calmly. We can skip the rest. I'm sure the prince handed over the diamond relic that had not been completely refined and recognized to this person. Only the relic's Buddha nature can conceal the prince's undead aura. The man interrupted the woman's words coldly. Not bad, indeed, as your Majesty expected. Because after recognition, even the diamond relic cannot conceal the undead aura. At that time, the prince urgently needed a large amount of cultivator souls for cultivation, so he took the risk to hand over this item to this person. However, I specifically instructed this person. He was not to provoke cultivators above the foundation establishment stage to avoid exposing vulnerabilities. Over the past few years, there have been occasional people who voluntarily came forward, and there have been no major mistakes. But this time it seems that this person did not listen, resulting in the treasure being seized and the prince's divine thought being damaged. When I return, I will activate the seal and capture his soul for interrogation. The woman's voice turned cold. HMPH, how many cultivator souls can we get from such small-scale tricks? I have instructed General G to plan something. Once it is done, we will have a steady supply of cultivator souls, and it won't attract the attention of those Buddhist and Taoist cultivators. The man snorted before speaking coldly. Could it be the reason why your Majesty and General G left the ancient tomb for a while a few years ago? The woman seemed somewhat surprised. Yes, the current General G has long since transformed into someone else and controls a family of cultivators, using them for our purposes. He even manipulates alliances with other families to preemptively eliminate another human family that inherited Buddhist teachings. Their patriarch somehow noticed something amiss and intended to inform nearby Buddhist sects. I personally took action, first eliminating the cultivators above the foundation establishment stage within their sect, and then allowing General G to lead human cultivators to easily slaughter that family. The man's sinister laughter, filled with some satisfaction, rang out. So what exactly is His Majesty's plan? The woman asked in astonishment. It's not that complicated. You will naturally know later. This method was also suggested by Tianfeng True Immortal when he visited last time. He also did something similar secretly and has been safe to this day. As long as we are careful, we don't have to worry about cultivator souls for at least the next 200 to 300 years. Even if something happens, we can simply leave without a trace and move the tomb elsewhere. Apart from a few old monsters in Dajin, who else can stop me? The man said proudly. True immortal Tianfeng, this person is not a simple character. How could he kindly tell His Majesty his secrets? Could he have another motive? The woman's voice changed slightly, showing some concern. Motive? Of course, he has a motive. Just by talking, he got 3 triple blood heart pills from me. The man's voice sounded annoyed again. But Your Majesty, I'm still a bit worried. The reputation of the twin devils of Fangjian Mountain is not very good. Could he be trying to lure Your Majesty away from the tomb? Remember, the 3 of us are closely linked to the tomb, and only a few people in the world can harm us as long as we don't leave the tomb. The woman still seemed worried. Consort's words make sense. We must be cautious. During my actions, I will unlock all the seals in the tomb and be extra careful when going out. I won't let the twin devils know when I will leave the tomb. After pondering for a while, the middle-aged man also became serious. Your Majesty's caution is sufficient. Actually, why does Your Majesty have to act personally? You could entrust the tasks to me and the other incarnations. After all, as long as Your Majesty is safe, I believe no matter what formidable enemy we encounter, Your Majesty will have some face-saving measures. The woman's voice suddenly became exceptionally charming. He, consort, you don't know. To implement this plan, we must control all the major families in Jiangning Prefecture. Last time, to deal with that old weirdo, I also suffered some minor injuries because I couldn't damage his body continuously. I couldn't act consecutively. Because the other 2 major families, although they have no foundation establishment stage cultivators in their families, their heritage is extraordinary. There are several rare treasures that just happen to restrain us. It is estimated that these 2 families are behind the scenes of the sects. Knowing that I am here, they deliberately sent disciples here to establish a family, trying to monitor me. Now that I haven't moved for more than 1,000 years, they are probably forgotten about this matter. I'm going to take action and wipe them all out. When these sects react, it will be many years later. I should have used the souls of human cultivators to break through the last barrier and refine the heavenly corpse body. The man seemed unusually patient as he explained to the woman. Then consort will congratulate His Majesty in advance. Once the heavenly corpse body is refined, Your Majesty can leave the tomb and no longer be trapped here. The woman seemed extremely happy at the news. Haha, by then, it won't just be me. I also have a way to use the soul departure technique to allow both of you to leave the tomb with me. The man smirked. However, Your Majesty, we still need to retrieve the diamond relic. After all, this item is not an ordinary treasure. Once refined, it can immediately achieve the indestructible Vajra body. Have you forgotten that old monk? After he sacrificed this relic, although it had not yet formed the Vajra relic, it was only a golden light body. After Your Majesty launched the corpse fire, it took 3 days and nights to refine the golden light and kill the monk. If this relic is refined into the Vajra relic, Its power will probably increase even further. The woman reminded him. Consort is confused. This kind of Vajra relic can only be refined into a Vajra relic with the help of the undead king's lunar power. Human cultivators cannot think of such a thing. As for the undead kings in the world, apart from me, there is only the deputy valley master of the 10,000 years corpse valley, that 10,000 years corpse bear. Can human cultivators dare to go to the 10,000 years corpse valley? With the 10,000 corpse flag standing tall there, I'm afraid that not even the top 10 major sects and 10 major demonic sects dare to approach this valley. The man said mockingly, "That's true, but such treasures are still suitable for us. Once we figure out who has obtained it, let's send someone to retrieve it." The woman reluctantly said, "Well, consort, I will send someone to do it." But since he was able to receive the divine thought of the prince in the Vajra relic, this person should not be an ordinary person. Once the first-class treasure has its whereabouts, I will send the two incarnations to act together. As long as he is not a cultivator above the middle stage of the foundation establishment, he will be fine. The man said confidently, I also want to go." The tall figure covered in black mist, who had been quiet since the middle-aged man and woman spoke, suddenly spoke up upon hearing this. "How can you go out? Your body's undead aura cannot be concealed, and any cultivator can see your true face. How can you go out? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and cultivate in the hall." The man's voice sank, reprimanding without courtesy. Upon hearing this, the tall figure wilted instantly. He reluctantly reached out his arm, covered in green hair, beckoned to a distance, and then spoke in a sorrowful voice. Then you can't leave me alone. If you go out, you can let me out. I promise not to do anything bad. Please, please, take me with you." The middle-aged man's expression softened slightly, hearing the pitiful plea. He turned to the woman, who nodded slightly in agreement. After a moment's contemplation, he replied in a composed tone, "All right, but you must stay close to us and follow our instructions strictly. No unnecessary actions. Understood?" The tall figure immediately nodded vigorously, relieved and grateful. The woman interrupted enough. "We still have important matters to discuss. What about the seal?" The middle-aged man glanced at her and replied, "We'll activate it as soon as we return. There's no rush. Let's focus on the diamond relic first." They discussed their plans in detail, strategizing on how to retrieve the diamond relic from its current possessor. The woman suggested sending a discreet reconnaissance team first to gather intelligence. They concluded that once they had sufficient information, they would proceed with a carefully orchestrated operation to reclaim the relic. As they finalized their plans, the middle-aged man's gaze fell on the tall figure once more. "Prepare yourself. We leave at dawn." The tall figure, overcome with gratitude and excitement, nodded eagerly. "I will prepare immediately." With their course set, they dispersed to make the necessary preparations. The middle-aged man and woman returned to their respective chambers to finalize their strategies, while the tall figure retreated to a secluded corner, his form slowly dissipating into the shadows. The ancient tomb echoed with a tense anticipation, as the machinations of powerful beings moved unseen, their ambitions and schemes intertwining with the fate of those outside their dark realm. Inside the heavenly mechanism pavilion, Han Li observed that the soul-tier beast seemed unable to completely devour the corpse flame in a short time. After some thought, he decided to store both the soul-tier beast and the diamond shield into his spirit beast bag. He then walked out and reverted the stone room to its original size. Returning to the Dao Hall, Han Li returned the heavenly mechanism pavilion to the middle-aged female cultivator. He then headed back to the square. It was now late afternoon, and nearly half of the cultivators in the square had suddenly left for another stone palace opposite, where an auction was being held. Without hesitation, Han Li strolled directly towards the opposite palace. At the entrance of the large hall, two white-robed cultivators stood guard. Seeing Han Li approach, one of them respectfully said, "Fellow Taoist, to limit the number of spectators, there is a requirement to pay 3 spirit stones to attend the auction." Han Li smiled at the remark and, without a word, reached into his storage bag and retrieved 3 low-grade spirit stones, handing them over. The two cultivators immediately smiled and accepted the spirit stones. They handed Han Li a palm-sized jade plate and opened the entrance for him. Han Li glanced at the jade plate in his hand. In the center of the plate was a silver number, 243. He showed no surprise on his face and calmly walked inside. After passing through a 20-foot-long corridor, he encountered 4 cultivators ahead of him. Behind them was a large door shimmering with spiritual light. Seeing Han Li approach, the 4 men sized him up but remained expressionless, not uttering a word. Han Li ignored them and pushed open the door, entering the main hall. As soon as he entered, he heard a man's loud voice. 500 years of phoenix tail flower, sold for 790 spirit stones. Very well, no other fellow Taoists are bidding. This spiritual medicine belongs to this Taoist friend. Taoist friend number 130, please proceed to the back to pay your spirit stones and collect the spiritual medicine. It was then that Han Li saw clearly. The hall was densely packed with 200 to 300 people. Each person had a table in front of them with a similar jade plate displaying a faint silver number, easily visible to all. In front of the stone palace, there stood a middle-aged man in blue robes with a resolute expression. He held an open jade box containing an exceptionally vibrant purple spiritual flower. The obese old man sitting in the crowd had purchased this box of spiritual medicine. Upon confirmation by the middle-aged man, the old man immediately showed a pleased expression, stood up, and hurried towards a side exit with an impatient look. Han Li calmly glanced around and walked towards an empty seat nearby. The pure white table and chair seemed to be made of jade, but not jade, arousing Han Li's interest. After sitting down, he touched the white table in front of him, feeling a slight warmth. What is this? Han Li pondered for a moment, recalling various jade-like materials he knew, but he had never seen anything like this. His lips curled into a hint of surprise. "This fellow Taoist, is it your first time seeing Warmstone?" Suddenly, a woman's voice came from beside him, with a hint of amusement. "Warmstone?" Hanley turned his head to see two young female cultivators sitting nearby, looking like sisters with their similar appearances, but dressed in yellow and green robes respectively. The one closer to him was the green-robed woman who had mocked him gently for touching the table in a naive manner. "Sister, don't tease. Fellow Taoist, please forgive my younger sister's frivolous words. She's on her first journey out and may be a bit improper in her speech. I hope you'll overlook it." The slightly older woman with more refined features quickly apologized. Not sisters. This surprised Hanley, but he presumed these two young women had extraordinary qualifications to achieve foundation establishment at such a young age. Thinking this, Hanley smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I've only heard of warm jade before. This is indeed my first time encountering warmstone. Do you know the detailed origins of this material? It doesn't seem like a common type at all. Otherwise, even though I've been cultivating in remote areas, I wouldn't be completely clueless." Warmstone certainly can't be compared with warm jade. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it before. This peculiar stone is a specialty of the Snowy Mountain Range, unseen anywhere else. Besides being exceptionally white and warm, it doesn't possess any other special properties compared to ordinary stones. However, in the mortal realm, it's priced higher than ordinary jades. The yellow-robed woman explained with a smile. "I see." Hanley's behavior caused the green-robed woman to glance at him slightly, a faint disdain apparent on her lips. She seemed to want to say something more, but a stern look from her older sister made her close her mouth obediently. Hanley remained oblivious to it all, quietly observing as one magical tool and spiritual medicine after another were auctioned off. Although this auction held by a prominent family was not particularly high-end. Indeed, it could be considered rather low-tier. Hanley intended to use it as an opportunity to gauge the price disparity between spiritual medicines and magical tools in Dajin compared to Tian-Nan. This would help him prepare for future searches for rare materials. After observing for a while, Hanley finally had a clear idea. Obviously, whether it was spiritual medicines or magical tools, Dajin was significantly more expensive than Tian-Nan. Even the slightly rarer items were outrageously priced. He quickly understood the reason. Despite Dajin's territory being 10 times larger than Tian-Nan's, its comprehensive cultivation system meant that there were far more cultivators. This resulted in a scarcity of spiritual medicines and magical tools, particularly the high-quality ones. However, relatively speaking, Dajin was still vast and rich in resources, with many rare items that had never been seen in Tian-Nan or even the chaotic Star Sea. This brief observation delighted Hanley. It seemed that if he visited several top-tier markets in Dajin more frequently, it might not be impossible to gather the rare materials he needed. Just as he was pondering this, The middle-aged man on the stage suddenly presented a tray holding 3 deep red crystals. These crystals shimmered with a fiery red light, resembling blazing flames, extremely eye-catching. 3 fire fusion crystals, excellent materials for refining top-tier fire-attributed magical tools. Starting price is 500 spirit stones. Interested fellow Taoists, please start bidding. The man in blue robes smiled as he announced the name, usage, and price of the items in the tray. Han Li casually glanced at them and was about to retract his gaze when his eyes suddenly froze, and he involuntarily exclaimed softly, "How come, Han Ziazi, with your wealth, are you interested in these crystals?" The lazy voice of great development divine lord echoed. Crystals, perhaps Senior is overlooking something. Han Li lightly transmitted with his divine sense while suddenly calling out a bid of 600 spirit stones, participating in the auction for the 3 crystals. What's this? Are these 3 crystals special in some way? Although my cultivation is ruined, my divine sense remains. I refuse to believe I'm mistaken. Great development divine lord sounded skeptical. If we speak of experience and knowledge, Junior naturally cannot compare. However, regarding the understanding of demon cores, Junior dares not claim to be unrivaled, but I doubt there are many who surpass me in the world. Han Li's voice suddenly turned eerie. What does this have to do with demon cores? Great development divine lord was taken aback by Han Li's confident words and couldn't help but ask. If he didn't know, Han Li wasn't one to boast. He might have thought Han Li had lost his mind. Well, since you put it that way, you must have your reasons. But without a convincing argument, it's hard for me to believe these 3 fire fusion crystals have anything unusual. Not only did I not see anything special about these crystals, but also the cultivators responsible for identifying materials at the auction are all experienced individuals. How could they have misjudged such a common material? After a moment of silence, great development divine lord still seemed unconvinced. Hearing great development divine lord's skeptical words, a smile crept onto Han Li's lips. He immediately called out another high price, finally causing the other competitors to stop bidding and withdraw automatically. Very well, 800 spirit stones. These 3 fire fusion crystals belong to Taoist friend number 243. Please proceed to the back hall to pay your spirit stones and collect the crystals. The man saw the high price at which the fire fusion crystals were sold and was greatly pleased. He glanced at the jade plate in front of Han Li's table and announced loudly. Han Li heard this and immediately picked up the jade plate, getting up and walking towards a side exit. A white-robed chi condensation stage cultivator was already waiting there. Upon seeing Han Li approach, he led him through several turns to a small hall at the back. After a moment, a maid-like female cultivator brought a cup of spirit tea and then left. Han Li glanced at the tea but did not touch it. Instead, he calmly surveyed the layout of the hall. Before long, a bald-headed foundation establishment stage old man with deep-set eyes walked in. Apologies for keeping Taoist friend waiting for so long. Please have a look. Is this what you purchased? The old man walked in with a smiling face and handed over the jade box that had appeared in the main hall earlier. Han Li didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and opened the lid. Inside, a misty red light emanated from the 3 fire fusion crystals. Without changing his expression, he picked up each crystal with his fingers, carefully inspecting them without saying a word for quite some time. So, are these molten crystals problematic? The old man asked with a smile, a picture of geniality. No, it's precisely these crystals, Han Li nodded, his expression unchanged as he spoke, then collected the crystals, clasped his fists in farewell and left. Watching Han Li's departing figure, the old man frowned slightly, a hint of puzzlement flickering in his eyes as he looked at the empty jade box. At this moment, Han Li returned to his seat at the auction, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes as he held a molten crystal in his hand. Spending 800 spirit stones on 3 molten crystals, friend Taoist is indeed generous. The nearby woman in green couldn't help but comment on Han Li's expression. Yes, I've been wanting to buy these crystals for a long time. Spending 800 spirit stones to obtain them makes this trip worthwhile, Han Li said calmly after glancing at the woman. With a flip of his hand, the crystal disappeared without a trace. The woman in green felt a chill run down her spine as she saw the gleam in Han Li's eyes, finding herself unable to utter the words she had intended to say. The woman in yellow, seeing this scene, frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. However, after a moment's thought, she remained silent. Having unexpectedly obtained what he sought, Han Li began to look forward to the rest of the auction. However, at this moment, Dayan God's sovereign finally spoke up. Young Han, what exactly is the connection between these molten crystals and the demon cores? You should explain it to me. In fact, Senior should have guessed some of it. One of these molten crystals is actually a level 7 demon beast core that has completely crystallized over who knows how many years. It looks no different from an ordinary molten crystal. Even someone with powerful spiritual sense would be unable to detect any difference. Han Li calmly transmitted his voice. A level 7 demon core. Since spiritual sense and appearance can't judge it, how did you figure it out? Dayan God's sovereign indeed wasn't too surprised, but still had some doubt. Speaking of which, this also has to do with the aura on my body. In the past, I personally killed thousands of high-level demon beasts, resulting in such a dense aura on my body. Therefore, I am most sensitive to demon cores. As soon as this level 7 demon core was taken out, my aura automatically resonated with it. Moreover, due to the many demon cores I have handled in the past, I naturally have some special methods of identification, Han Li said leisurely. I see. If you've really killed so many demon beasts, the heaviness of your aura could indeed make me understand. But how could you kill so many demon beasts, yet you make me curious? It seems you have many stories that you have never disclosed to me. Dayan God's sovereign chuckled, his tone ambiguous. It's nothing, just some opportunities back then. But senior, I'm afraid you don't know the wonders of these crystallized demon cores. Han Li changed the subject, mentioning something that piqued the other's interest. Oh, I've never heard of crystallized demon cores before. What are they used for? Han Li's words immediately aroused the curiosity of Da Yan God Sovereign, diverting him from the topic of demon beasts. In fact, crystallized demon cores can no longer be considered true demon cores. If used in refining pills, they contain extraordinary poisons. Even though these toxins are not as deadly as the 10 great poisons, ordinary cultivators would die immediately upon ingestion. In reality, this kind of material is the best for refining flying needles. It's said that using this material to polish and refine flying needles not only makes them incredibly fast, capable of injuring enemies upon release, but more terrifyingly, these needles have a unique material quality. When flying, they seem invisible and elusive, making them the perfect weapon for sneak attacks. However, these crystallized demon cores are extremely difficult to form, and very few cultivators have the means to identify them once they do. If it weren't for the aura, I wouldn't have been able to immediately recognize this treasure, Han Li explained, stroking his chin. His expression seemed normal, but he recalled the jade slip that recorded the use of crystallized demon cores to refine flying needles. He couldn't remember where he had obtained the slip from the unfortunate soul he had killed in the chaotic star sea. At that time, he had treated it as an interesting tidbit, never expecting to encounter the real thing. He couldn't easily pass up such a rare refining material. This thing, I've never heard of it before. It seems there's no end to the wonders of the world. I'm afraid no cultivator can explore every corner of the human realm. As far as I know, in places like our Tian Nan immortal realm, there are at least 5 or 6 such places. Some places can be reached directly, while others require taking certain risks to enter. Back then, besides Dajin, I only visited 2 of these places. Later, due to my lifespan, I had to return to Tian Nan to study soul transfer technique. Dayan God Sovereign's voice dimmed, filled with regret. Why be so pessimistic, senior? Life and death are inevitable for everyone. Even if you ascend to the spirit realm, you can't escape this bondage. Truly wanting to live as long as heaven and earth, perhaps only the immortals in the immortal realm can do that. For us ordinary people to ascend to the spirit realm is extremely difficult. Ascending to the immortal realm from ancient times to the present has seen very few people. Han Li seemed touched by something, remaining silent for a while before speaking like this. I'm still unwilling. I'm sure I'm the best in terms of aptitude and intelligence among the world's cultivators, but in the end, I ended up in the body of a soul possession puppet. If I had been given another chance, I'm sure entering the nascent soul stage wouldn't have been too difficult for me, Dayan God Sovereign muttered, filled with regret. His words gradually grew softer until they faded away. Hearing these words, Han Li felt a sense of desolation in his heart for some reason. The sect master of a generation in the extreme west, once laughing arrogantly without rivals in the Tian Nan, was definitely more glorious than himself at the time. But once he was unable to enter the nascent soul stage, he fell into such a miserable end. This made his mood suddenly heavy. The current situation of Diane God Sovereign was likely a cruel foreshadowing of his own future. With this thought in mind, Han Li's face darkened slightly, and he had no inclination to say anything more. The auction continued as usual, and the items auctioned off later were much more valuable than before. However, Han Li didn't want to stay any longer. He immediately stood up and left the auction venue, leaving behind the bewildered gazes of the two women beside him. After leaving the main hall, he didn't look at anything else in the venue. After leaving the square, he slowly walked between the loft courtyards, seeming absent-minded, occasionally encountering other foreign cultivators and disciples of the three families attending the trading event. No one paid attention to him. However, Han Li gradually headed towards some remote and sparsely populated places, walking slowly. After a while of strolling, he suddenly paused and stopped. Turning his gaze, he suddenly noticed a white-robed cultivator in the shadows in front of a loft, looking around as if waiting for someone. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but his spiritual sense swept rapidly in all directions within tens of meters, finding no traces of other cultivators or any powerful restrictions. The nearest cultivators were also more than 100 meters away, completely unaware of this place. Without hesitation, Han Li changed direction and walked towards the cultivator. "Do you have something, fellow Taoist?" This was a burly man with a face full of flesh. Seeing Han Li rushing towards him, he was stunned for a moment, his voice deep. "Are you a disciple of the Kong family?" Han Li smiled faintly as he approached. "Yes, I am the steward of the outer hall of the Kong family. Fellow Taoist wants to." The big man carefully assessed Han Li with a few glances. Seeing that Han Li had all the items such as clothes, storage bags, and spirit beast bags, unlike ordinary casual cultivators, he replied courteously, "I have something to discuss with your family master. Can you inform him?" Han Li asked with a friendly smile. "See the family master? I'm afraid that won't do. Our family master is currently busy with important matters and won't see outsiders casually. If fellow Taoist has something important to discuss, you might as well tell me." The big man frowned, feeling awkward. "It's like this. I just came out of the auction and found that something seemed to be wrong with one of the items auctioned. I want to talk to your family master about it." Han Li intentionally showed a hint of hesitation and said so. "The auction house? Is there something wrong with the items? If so, fellow Taoist should directly find the several Taoist friends in charge of the auction." Hearing Han Li say this, the big man's expression changed, and he said with a puzzled look, "This is not something the auction house can solve. If you don't believe me, take a look at what I bought, and you'll understand." Han Li sighed and reached for his waist pocket, taking out a small, intricately carved wooden box. He opened it slowly, revealing 3 molten crystals resting inside. The steward of the Kong family glanced at the molten crystals, his expression slightly shifting. Although he maintained his composure, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Molten crystals? What seems to be the problem with them? These molten crystals were auctioned off as ordinary refining materials. However, one of them is actually a crystallized level 7 demon beast core, Han Li explained calmly, his eyes locking onto the steward's face to gauge his reaction. The steward's brows furrowed slightly, evidently contemplating the implications of Han Li's revelation. A crystallized level 7 demon beast core. Are you certain of this? Han Li nodded firmly. Absolutely. I have the ability to discern these cores due to my extensive experience with demon beasts. The aura emanating from this particular crystal resonated with me, confirming its true nature. The steward of the Kong family remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. Finally, he spoke in a measured tone. If what you say is true, this is indeed a matter of great significance. Please wait here for a moment. I will inform our family master immediately. With that, the steward turned and swiftly entered the loft, disappearing from view. Han Li stood calmly outside, waiting patiently. After a brief period, the steward returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man in luxurious robes, the family master of the Kong family. The family master's eyes flickered with curiosity as he approached Han Li. You are the cultivator who claims there is a problem with the molten crystals auctioned today. Han Li respectfully clasped his fists. Yes, I am Han Li. These molten crystals were purchased by me at today's auction. One of them is not what it seems. It is actually a crystallized level 7 demon beast core. The family master's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing slightly as he examined the crystals within the wooden box. After a moment, he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this is a crystallized level 7 demon beast core. The auction house has made a grave error in identifying and auctioning this item as mere molten crystals. Han Li nodded in agreement. I believe this was not an intentional mistake, but rather a lack of proper identification. However, the consequences of such a mistake could be significant. The family master of the Kong family sighed softly. You are correct, Han Li. Such crystallized demon cores are rare and possess unique properties. If used in refining, they can produce items of extraordinary quality. This mistake must be rectified immediately. Han Li remained composed, his gaze steady. I trust that the Kong family will handle this matter appropriately. I merely wish to bring this to your attention. The family master nodded once more, his expression serious. With that, Han Li respectfully bid farewell to the family master and the steward before taking his leave. As he walked away, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. By rectifying the mistake, he had not only ensured fairness in the auction, but also gained recognition from one of the influential families in the region. Little did he know, this incident would mark the beginning of unforeseen opportunities and challenges that would shape his path in the cultivation world. Casually entering a nondescript room in the attic, the big man lay stiff on the ground, his body covered in a frosty blue hue. His eyes, wide with fear, stared vacantly. With a flick of his hand, Han Li produced a silver needle between his fingers and swiftly approached. Without a word, he bent down and pierced several points around the man's head. The man trembled, his gaze gradually losing focus, turning dull and lifeless. Han Li formed seals with both hands, chanting low incantations as several spells were cast in rapid succession upon the man. The chill covering the man's body immediately dissipated. His lifeless eyes automatically rolled back as he sat motionless like a puppet. Han Li's face was shielded by a faint blue light. With a sweep of his sleeve, several colorful flags shot out and embedded themselves around the two, forming a barrier that blocked their aura. Activating the formation, Han Li's figure flickered and appeared behind the man. Raising a hand, he spread his fingers and pressed lightly on the man's forehead. Suddenly, a burst of radiant light enveloped them both. "What is your name, and what position do you hold in the Kong family?" Han Li's voice came cold and emotionless through the light. "Kong Du, outer hall steward," replied the man mechanically. "Since when did the Kong family occupy Sunyun town, and where did the original residents of the town go?" 7 years ago, the residents were ordinary people and were resettled in a small city called Zhujiang, 100 miles away. What is the purpose of the Kong family participating in the king's assembly this time? In this eerie question and answer session, Han Li extracted most of the information he sought from the man. Finally, he withdrew his hand, and the man immediately collapsed to the ground. Han Li fed him a pill, then swiftly inserted silver needles into various acupoints all over his body. After a while, Han Li stood up, his face contemplative. Using the easeless needle should seal his memory for a while without causing any immediate commotion. It's a pity that due to my cultivation level, I can't fully utilize the dream induction technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't need this trouble. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit to that small city. Shaking his head, Han Li retrieved the surrounding flags and left the room without further ado, descending from the attic. He paid no further attention to the king's assembly. Walking directly towards the main gate, Han Li left without arousing any suspicion from the guards. A streak of blue light shot towards the small city mentioned by the man. Not far from the Snow Ridge Mountains, the small city of Zhujiang came into view shortly after passing through Sunyun town. Han Li landed at the city gate and slowly walked in. Compared to Sunyun town, Zhujiang city was 3 to 4 times larger, yet it could only be considered a small city at best. Entering the city, it was already late and pitch black. With few pedestrians on the streets, no one noticed Han Li's uninvited arrival. Han Li walked cautiously, releasing his spiritual sense to guard against hidden high-level cultivators in the city. There were indeed cultivators present in the small city, mostly low-level ones. The highest cultivation level belonged to a Foundation establishment cultivator hidden in a mansion in the southwest corner. With Han Li's concealed spiritual sense, he scanned past without being noticed. However, Han Li had not come to the small city to find high-level cultivators. Seeing that there was no threat to himself in the city, he retracted his spiritual sense and suppressed his aura. He walked along the streets, his eyes scanning both sides as if searching for something. Soon, he arrived at a broader intersection, seemingly the center of the small city. Glancing at a signboard of an inn, Han Li's pupils contracted, and he suddenly stopped. The signboard, a few feet in size, bore the silver words Uili, looking no different from other ordinary signs. In the vast land of Great Jin, there were probably hundreds, if not thousands, of inns named Uili. However, Han Li stared fixedly at the teapot-like mark in the lower right corner of the signboard, unmoving. After a brief moment, he exhaled softly, glanced at the small inn in front of him, and looked around again. Finding no one nearby, he flickered with a faint yellow light and passed through the tightly closed door as if invisible. Inside the inn's lobby, it was pitch black and silent, with no signs of guests, indicating everyone was either asleep or absent. After a quick scan, Han Li closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense, capturing the entire situation of the inn in his mind. Suddenly, he silently transformed into a light breeze, disappearing into the darkness without a trace. The proprietor of the Uili Inn was a lean, 50-year-old man of modest means in the small city. After a busy day, he lay fast asleep with his newlywed wife of less than a year, blissfully unaware. However, he suddenly felt a chill breeze pass over him, freezing him to the core, jolting him awake. Opening his eyes, the innkeeper broke out in a cold sweat. A dark figure stood at the head of his bed, eyes shining brightly as they stared coldly at him. He was about to shout aloud when a flash of silver before his eyes numbed his throat, rendering him unable to make a sound. Don't shout. Although there are no cultivators in the inn, I don't want to alarm anyone, said the figure, lifting a hand to reveal a gleaming silver key before the innkeeper's eyes. Upon seeing the silver key, the innkeeper trembled, visibly relaxing. Joy filled his eyes. The figure, of course, was Han Li, who had infiltrated the place. The innkeeper hastily got out of bed, gesturing with his hands and trying to speak, but no sound came out. Han Li smiled faintly, raised his hand, and a silver thread shot back into his throat, returning a hair-thin silver needle to his hand. Could you let me re-examine that key? The innkeeper coughed several times and finally regained his ability to speak. Han Li remained silent, directly throwing the key to him. The innkeeper took the silver key, carefully examining it for quite a while before showing a respectful expression. Returning the key to Han Li with both hands, he bowed deeply and said, "Are you the young master? Since you've verified the key, do you have any more questions?" Han Li responded calmly, not directly answering. "No, since the young master could find me and has this key, your identity is unquestionable. It's just, The innkeeper glanced instinctively at the young wife behind him. Rest assured, I cast a spell to make her unconscious before waking you up. Even if you shout loudly in her ear, she won't hear a thing, Han Li said calmly, his gaze flickering. That's good. The patriarch hasn't contacted me for several years. I'm just an ordinary person and don't know what happened. I didn't dare to inquire casually, fearing it might attract the attention of other cultivators. Now that young master has brought the key, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. If the patriarch hadn't mentioned that young master would come in a different guise next time, I wouldn't dare to recognize you so easily, the innkeeper honestly replied. Feng family has indeed encountered some trouble. That's why I'm opening the secret vault this time to retrieve something. The address of the vault, apart from the patriarch, should have a backup map saved with you. Hand it over, Han Li ordered without hesitation. Yes, since young master has the vault key, you naturally have the qualifications to open it. Please wait a moment, the innkeeper said without any doubt. He hurriedly put on a few pieces of clothing and led Han Li to the backyard of the inn. In a nondescript corner of the backyard, the innkeeper casually found an iron hoe, dug for a while, and then carefully felt around with his hands. He pulled out an ordinary-looking blue brick, wiped his sweat, and turned around. The address of the vault is sealed within this object, protected by a prohibition. I cannot open it, nor have I ever seen it with my own eyes. Young master should be able to manage it. The old man handed the blue brick to Han Li hesitantly. Of course, I have my ways. Also, since I'm taking this item, you don't need to stay in this city anymore. Leave immediately and live incognito. Han Li took the brick, glanced at it a few times to confirm its authenticity, nodded in satisfaction, and then instructed. So the Feng family is really in trouble. Young master, rest assured, I will leave this place within a few days. I won't let any news leak about young master's affairs, the innkeeper replied with a dim expression. As long as you understand the implications. Take this elixir on the side. Although you're an ordinary person, taking this elixir will still benefit your health and longevity. Han Li put away the blue brick and suddenly flipped his hand, producing a small green bottle, which he handed to the innkeeper. All right, I have other matters to attend to. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Han Li waved his hand, expressionless. Then a blue light flashed before the innkeeper's eyes, and Han Li disappeared without a trace. The old man was startled, searching around for a while before confirming that Han Li had left. He lowered his head and looked at the bottle in his hand in a daze. After a while, he sighed deeply. As soon as Han Li left the inn, he immediately flew away from the small city and found an unnamed, desolate mountain nearby. He descended there with his flying vessel. Then, with a flip of his hand, the blue brick appeared in his palm. Han Li carefully lifted the brick, examining it once more. With another hand, he extended a finger, which shimmered with a faint blue light as he gently tapped the surface of the brick. Instantly, a layer of hazy white spiritual light rippled out like waves. A smile spread across Han Li's face as he nodded. According to Feng Zhen's description, this blue brick was no ordinary object, but a type of magical tool similar to a storage pouch. However, this item required a specific method to unlock. Otherwise, any attempt to forcefully open it would instantly turn its contents to ashes. Han Li had naturally obtained the incantation from Feng Zhen before his death. Immediately, a low chanting emanated from his mouth, and with a breath, a bundle of runes flashing with blue light erupted, precisely hitting the surface of the brick and covering it. Then, with a single-hand gesture, he swiftly pinched the corners of the brick and tapped each corner with his fingers. With a light bang, a circular hole appeared on the surface, pitch black. Rather than reaching in directly, Han Li slapped the bottom of the brick. Radiant light flickered, and two items flew out from the hole on their own. A few inches long jade slip and a neatly bound stack of documents resembling account books. With a single scoop, Han Li effortlessly grabbed both items. After storing away the blue brick, Han Li didn't even glance at the stack of documents. Instead, he immediately immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip. Not long after, Han Li's expression turned strange, his face darkening. What's wrong? Isn't there the Feng family's secret hideout address inside? Seeing Han Li's expression, Grand Emperor Dayan couldn't help but ask. No, there is indeed the hideout address inside, and it's marked very clearly. Han Li breathed a sigh of relief, withdrawing his spiritual sense from the jade slip, but his brow furrowed. Then why the troubled expression? Could there still be some danger at the hideout? This person, with nearly 10,000 years of experience, quickly guessed a few truths after a moment's thought. Perhaps we might encounter some difficulties. It turns out the Feng family's hideout is actually built deep within the Snow Ridge Mountains. Han Li sighed softly, showing a hint of helplessness. Why would the Feng family choose to build their hideout there? Don't they know that area is peculiar, with cultivators often disappearing? Grand Emperor Dayan also expressed surprise. Who knows? Maybe the Feng family ancestor who chose the location believed that the more dangerous the place, the safer it would be. Han Li shrugged, speculating resignedly. Since the Feng family has been using this hideout for so long, it should not be dangerous. There's no need to worry too much, Grand Emperor Dayan reassured calmly. Let's hope so. We've already obtained the map. We can't just give up because of some unknown risks. If everything goes smoothly, we should find the hideout within a day. Han Li chuckled bitterly, saying so. He then put away the jade slip and casually picked up the stack of documents, flipping through them briefly. He exclaimed in surprise, These are proof of the Feng family's worldly assets and land deeds. There are quite a few. It's enough to dominate a region. What's so surprising about that? Unlike the major families in the Southern Heaven realm who view involvement in worldly affairs as shameful, the great families of the Great Jin dynasty consider it ordinary. They often actively seek to integrate with the ruling class and the wealthy. Although the Great Jin dynasty is vast, the mundane world is more densely populated than the Southern Heaven, occupying most of the great Jinn's territory. Therefore, many spiritual medicine and spiritual stone resources are not located in uninhabited areas, but are directly controlled by the court. Unlike the southern heaven, where the territories occupied by ordinary people are not many, and the majority is still wilderness. Naturally, cultivators from the southern heaven do not need to interact with ordinary people. Grand Emperor Dayan seemed to know something about it, pointing to Han Li. So you mean that the great Jin dynasty's control of so many cultivational resources does not allow the remaining sects? Han Li was somewhat incredulous. He, what can they do if they don't allow it? The great Jin dynasty is not like the southern heaven with numerous countries, but has always been a powerful dynasty ruling over the mundane world from ancient times to the present. Even if cultivators are powerful, they cannot openly commit acts that harm ordinary people. Otherwise, regardless of the mundane world's reaction, other sects and powers will take advantage of the situation. In fact, the current Great Jin Court is the result of a compromise among several major forces in the cultivation world. If I remember correctly, these major forces seem to have an agreement that no sect can openly pressure the secular court and force it to do anything. To ensure the secular court's authority, they even allow the government to directly recruit some wandering cultivators, and the great Jin royal family can cultivate a certain number of court cultivators. Of course, under the watchful eyes of those major sects, the grade and quantity of these cultivators will not allow them to expand too much. In secret, various major forces display their skills to occupy more cultivation resources and manpower in the mundane world, actively befriending some royal and court dignitaries. Especially those local officials like county magistrates, almost all have the shadows of major sects behind them. And to avoid being caught by other forces, these things are mostly handled by the family members. So gradually, the cultivating families have acquired many assets in the mundane world, which is already a common thing in the Great Jin. But these things are so carefully placed here, they should be related to the land contract documents about cultivation resources. This is the key to whether a family can continue to exist. The Grand Emperor Dayan explained everything he knew. Listening to these words, Han Li was greatly surprised and touched his chin. Since these documents are so important, why were they placed here? Could it be that the Feng family's patriarch sensed something before the incident and intentionally left a backup? Han Li could only speculate like this. Maybe. However, these things have nothing to do with us, and there is no need to consider their peculiarities. Let's quickly find the Feng family's hideout and see if there are any Buddhist techniques inside that can dispel the evil aura on you. Grand Emperor Dayan dismissed it casually. What the senior said makes sense. Han Li smiled and put the stack of documents into a jade box, storing it away. After confirming the direction, he soared into the sky on his magic tool, heading straight towards the Snow Ridge Mountains. In an underground tomb chamber deep within the Snow Ridge Mountains, two figures shrouded in green aura knelt motionless before three stone coffins. Suddenly, from the middle coffin, two green beams shot forth, piercing swiftly into the heads of the two figures. "Go, kill that person and retrieve the treasure," commanded a stern male voice from within the coffin. Without hesitation, the two figures transformed into streaks of green light, spiraled around the tomb chamber, and shot out of sight. "It's done. I've imprinted the appearance of the one who took the diamond armor, integrated it into the avatar. With the lingering aura of the prince still in the armor, if he doesn't immediately escape Guan Enning Mansion, he'll find it impossible to flee," another voice said. HMPH, this incident is forgiven. Next time, do not act on your own," the man in the middle coffin huffed. "Yes, and next time. It won't happen again," the hesitant voice replied, tinged with fear. There were no more words from the middle coffin after that. However, after a while of silence, a loud bang echoed through the chamber as the lid of the middle coffin flew several yards away. A slender figure wearing a crown abruptly sat up from within. "Great King, what is this?" exclaimed a sweet female voice from another coffin in surprise. "The time is near. Today is the day of the yin-qi eruption. Temporarily leaving the tomb won't greatly affect my cultivation. It's opportune to assist General Ji in dealing with the troublesome figures from the other two families. After I depart, open all the prohibitions in the tomb. Don't let outsiders intrude," the man with red eyes and an impassive expression said. "Yes, Great King. Please be cautious," the woman hesitated, offering her caution. "Fear not, beloved. In just 2 days and 1 night I'll return to the tomb. By then, I won't easily leave again," the man nodded. Suddenly lifting his leg, his figure vanished eerily from the coffin's vicinity. After a few flickers, his form blurred and then dissipated into a mass of gray gas, vanishing from the chamber without a trace of his departure. Soon after, in the silent tomb chamber, a deep sigh from the woman broke the stillness. When Han Li next beheld the Snow Ridge Mountains, the sky was beginning to lighten. Without hesitation, he plunged into the mountains, his flying vessel skimming low through the air. Fearing to attract any trouble, Han Li concealed his aura completely, extending his spiritual sense several miles away, vigilant of any abnormalities nearby. The location of the Feng family's secret lair was not at the heart of the mountains, but hidden in a secluded spot near the periphery. A day later, after Han Li had searched around the mountains, he finally discovered beneath an inconspicuous peak a massive waterfall hundreds of yards tall. Seeing the waterfall and the surroundings, which closely matched half of what was recorded in the jade slip, Han Li finally released the tension he had been carrying. Gazing at the Milky Way cascading down from the sky, Han Li's flying vessel floated in midair. With a gesture invoking the water avoidance technique, 2 streaks of green light flashed and disappeared into the waterfall. A muffled sound echoed as a hole about 10 feet in diameter appeared on the waterfall. Without hesitation, Han Li urged his magic tool, and his figure flew directly into it. The hole promptly closed, and the waterfall returned to its original state. Unaware of this, At the moment he entered the hole, thousands of miles away from the waterfall, two greenish figures suddenly lost track of their target, hovering and spinning in place out of fury. They occasionally bared their black fangs and emitted low growls, resembling ferocious beasts. However, what the two figures did not anticipate was that several miles behind them, two other concealed figures, their forms hidden, were coldly staring at their backs, engaged in a whispered conversation. "How is it? Are you confident that we can capture and confine the two of them before the clone of the old demon Kshuanai sounds the alarm? Otherwise, if they escape, it will surely alert others," one of the two figures said, transmitting his voice to the other in an extremely sharp tone. HMPH. The so-called clone of King Kshuanai is just a puppet made from forcibly refining the souls of his subordinates using a mysterious soul-extracting technique. Its intelligence is significantly reduced. Although it has the early nascent soul stage cultivation, it's much easier to deal with compared to normal cultivators of the same level. With our combined efforts, capturing them is no difficult task. But at this time, the old demon has actually sent his clone out alone. This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity for us. Eliminating them would be akin to cutting off one of his arms. We would be much more confident in our actions afterward. Another voice, deep and sinister, responded. Brother Tianfeng makes a good point. However, I'm a bit puzzled as to what these two clones are tracking. It's surprising that they would be dispatched from the tomb at such a critical time, and now they seem to have lost their target, the first voice said with some confusion. Who knows? Whoever it is, it doesn't affect our plan. Once Kshuanai King leaves the tomb, his cultivation will definitely decrease. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Usually, this old demon is extremely cunning and refuses to leave the tomb even for a moment. If it weren't for the trap I set, we wouldn't have any chance at all. After all, as long as the old demon remains in the tomb, his abilities are on par with those of late nascent soul stage cultivators, the deep voice continued. Ha ha. If the old demon Kshu and I knew that we had secretly informed the other two families in advance, imagine the look on his face. It's likely that these two families have already called upon their backing sects, waiting for the old demon to take the bait. Even if the old demon has other abilities and manages to escape the ambush, we have people lying in wait outside the tomb. He won't be able to fly away even if he grows wings, the sharp voice said with a sneer. Exactly. We have been planning this for nearly 10 years. We've monitored the old demon's every move from the moment the trap was set, seizing the perfect opportunity to strike. Once this demon is eliminated, his beloved concubine, Lady Yuhua, and his recently advanced corpse King Sun are no match for the three of us. At that time, whether it's the treasures the old demon has collected over the years or the thousands of corpse soldiers sleeping in the tomb, they will be enough for the three of us to divide. Moreover, I've heard that this old demon's celestial corpse body is nearing completion. With his cautious nature, he has probably hidden the almost completed celestial corpse pearl somewhere in the tomb. If we get our hands on this pearl and eliminate his original soul, even though we aren't of the corpse king body type, we can use this item to cultivate our bodies to be as strong as copper and iron, impervious to water and fire. This is the best treasure for cultivating a physical body, the brother Tianfeng said, his voice betraying a hint of greed. The techniques I practice don't focus on physical body cultivation, so I have no interest in the celestial corpse pearl. All I want are the thousands of corpse soldiers in the tomb. With these soldiers as my subordinates, I can establish my own force in Wudong Mountain, the sharp voice said with a light laugh. I knew Brother Yin would say that. Only Brother Yin's corpse spirit technique can easily control these corpse soldiers. That's why we sought you out. The three of us can each get what we need, the other person said, seeming very pleased. Naturally, but time is running out. Brother Quangsha has been tailing the old demon, so there should be no problem. To prevent any complications, we should quickly eliminate the old demon's 2 clones and then return to ambush the tomb. If the old demon escapes back to the tomb, things will become very troublesome, the owner of the sharp voice suggested, glancing at the 2 green figures still packing in the distance. Yes, the time is indeed right. The old demon should have already left the Snow Ridge Mountains. Let's act now. After a slight hesitation, Brother Tianfeng nodded in agreement. At this moment, the 2 green figures in the distance were still growling irritably. Moments later, they suddenly sensed an astonishing surge of spiritual energy behind them and instinctively turned to look. What they saw was a vast expanse of pitch-black demonic clouds and a blinding white gale descending upon them from high above, engulfing them instantly. At this moment, Han Li stood before a stone gate hidden behind a waterfall, unaware that a significant trouble that was about to descend upon him had been mysteriously averted by others. Otherwise, even though he could easily kill strong enemies, the last chance to unseal his power would definitely have been exhausted. Currently, his gaze was fixed on the lower right corner of the stone gate, where there was a small, slightly protruding hole about an inch in diameter. Han Li brushed his hand over his storage pouch, and a silver key appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the silver light shot into the hole, fitting perfectly into it with the handle still visible. Han Li smiled slightly, extended a finger, and lightly tapped the key. A wisp of azure spiritual thread accurately struck the key, causing it to rotate half a turn. Immediately, the cold, gray stone gate shimmered with spiritual light. A layer of milky white mist appeared, and after a slight tremor, the stone gate slowly rose, revealing a small entrance. Han Li glanced at the entrance and then walked in unhurriedly. After walking about 10 meters, he saw a small teleportation array about a meter in size. The grooves around the array were all empty. Seeing this, Han Li chuckled. If someone unaware of its secret placed spirit stones in all the grooves, they would be torn to pieces by spatial forces the moment they teleported. The person who designed this Feng family secret cave was indeed deeply cunning. Han Li stepped in front of the array, and after his eyes flickered a few times, he shook his sleeve, sending 5 low-grade spirit stones into 5 of the grooves. Then, he raised his hand and cast a spell on the array. Immediately, the entire teleportation array emitted a low humming sound. With his expertise in arrays, Han Li could instantly tell if the teleportation array was faulty. Confident, he stepped into the center of the array. White mist enveloped him, and Han Li's figure disappeared in the spiritual light. The teleportation distance was evidently short, as Han Li, with his powerful divine sense, did not even feel much dizziness before he reappeared in a hall of unknown origin amid the flashing white light. With a sweep of his gaze, the entire hall's situation was clear to Han Li. This place was not large, only about 20 meters wide, with the floor and walls made of some strange warm stone. There weren't many items inside the hall, just 2 rows of green wooden shelves and 3 silver chests about a meter in size. This was the Feng family's secret cave. Its small size was even less than Han Li had expected. The wooden shelves were made of some rare wood, their color unchanged over the years, emitting a faint fragrance. One shelf held various magic tools, mostly mid-grade, with over 30 items. Several unknown treasures mixed among them stood out. The other shelf was filled with nearly 100 jade slips, neatly arranged. Han Li did not pay much attention to the magic tools or the silver chests. Without saying a word, he walked over to the shelf with the jade slips. After a quick glance, he picked up a slip and quickly scanned it with his divine sense. With Han Li's powerful divine sense, he quickly browsed through the jade slips in the time it took to eat a meal. However, he found no Buddhist techniques among them, which surprised him greatly. Could it be that Feng Zhen's words were false? Han Li shook his head, discarding the thought. He had used the dream-inducing technique to verify Feng Zhen's words, and with his divine sense, it was impossible for Feng Zhen to deceive him. After some thought, Han Li's gaze finally fell on the 3 silver chests. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li walked over and opened them one by one with a flick of his sleeve. One chest was filled with mid-grade spirit stones, several hundred of them. Another contained various jade boxes of different sizes. Han Li's divine sense penetrated the jade boxes, finding them full of rare materials for crafting and alchemy, clearly more valuable than the spirit stones. Having not found what he sought in the first 2 chests, Han Li's face turned a bit somber. He opened the last chest and saw it filled with various sizes of talismans emitting different colors of spiritual light. Han Li looked disappointed, but then, noticing something, reached into the chest with a flick of his hand. With a swoosh, an item shot out from beneath the talismans into Han Li's hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a red wooden box about half a foot long, sealed with a faint yellow talisman and engraved with Buddhist scriptures and symbols. Han Li examined the talisman, recognizing it as an ordinary seal for containing spiritual energy, and without hesitation, he tore it off and opened the box. As soon as the lid was lifted, a burst of 7-colored spiritual light shot out, revealing a thumb-sized, milky white bead. A relic, Han Li exclaimed softly, a look of joy on his face. Along with the relic, the box contained 2 Buddhist artifacts and a yellow jade slip. The artifacts were a Dharma wheel and a string of pale gold prayer beads, emitting a faint spiritual light. The jade slip, though unremarkable, captured Han Li's full attention. He picked up the jade slip and immediately immersed his divine sense into it. Hidden Tiger Technique, Wheel-Turning Sutra, Ming Wang Jiu. Han Li swiftly scanned through the jade slips, reciting each technique's name aloud. Just from their names, it was evident that the techniques recorded within were indeed Buddhist methods. Ming Wang Jiu. I've heard of this technique before. It's a rare method specifically practiced by the Vajra protectors of the Buddhist sects, seemingly very difficult to cultivate. How did this ancestor of the Feng family come to possess such a technique? Let me see the jade slip, whether this technique can dispel the malevolent aura. The great Yan Divine Lord exclaimed in surprise as soon as the words Ming Wang Jiu left Han Li's mouth. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a surge of joy. He didn't care how the ancestor of the Feng family acquired this technique. As long as it could help remove the malevolent aura, it would suffice. Without further ado, he tossed the jade slip he held back into the bamboo tube at his back. For the next period of time, the great Yan Divine Lord focused intently on comprehending the techniques recorded in the jade slip, while Han Li unceremoniously started picking the most valuable items in the Feng family's secret cave and stashing them into his storage pouch. In his heart, Han Li naturally wanted to take everything with him in one go. However, his storage pouch was limited. Besides the spirit stones, he had to be selective with the rest of the items. The various treasures naturally had to be taken away. As for the materials and talismans, he took only a small portion that he found useful. Regarding the artifacts, apart from 2 or 3 with peculiar effects, Han Li left the rest untouched on the shelves. After picking out the items, Han Li faced a large pile of jade slips, flipping through them to find techniques that caught his interest when he scanned them with his divine sense earlier. He then sat down cross-legged in the hall and fell into silent contemplation. As time passed by, after an unknown period, the voice of the great Yan Divine Lord finally echoed in the empty hall, immediately drawing Han Li's attention away from the technique he held in his hand. This Ming Wang Jiu is somewhat sinister. It's said to be a Buddhist technique, but its cultivation method is extremely domineering, almost leaning towards demonic practices, the great Yan Divine Lord said slowly. Demonic practice? What do you mean? Can this technique really dispel the malevolent aura from my body? Han Li's heart sank, asking calmly. No need to be anxious. Regarding the malevolent aura, I have good news for you. This technique can indeed resolve your major problem. However, this technique does not simply expel and disperse the malevolent aura. Instead, it involves a method somewhat similar to dark practices, refining the malevolent aura for personal use. However, judging from its cultivation method, it seems somewhat risky. After all, malevolent aura is not something easily controlled. Whether you want to consider the pros and cons and look for other Buddhist techniques, It's up to you. The great Yan Divine Lord pondered for a moment, expressing his thoughts one by one before tossing the jade slip out from the bamboo tube. Refining the malevolent aura for personal use. Could practicing it to a high level lead me down the path of ancient demonic arts? Han Li's expression turned grave. He asked vigilantly, "No need to worry about that. Since Ming Wang Ju is a technique practiced by Buddhist Vajra protectors, it naturally has no real connection to demonic practices. Although its cultivation methods are somewhat radical, they are fundamentally different from the dark arts of normal malevolent aura cultivation. It merely utilizes the malevolent aura as an auxiliary, rather than directly driving it to attack others. This preserves the dominant nature of malevolent aura while eliminating its adverse effects. Tusk. It's truly remarkable that such a powerful individual within Buddhism could create such a technique. I estimate that his intelligence is at least on par with mine, if not superior. This technique can be considered on par with the Grand Yan Ju as a great divine skill." The great Yan Divine Lord spoke with some admiration. Upon hearing the great Yan Divine Lord comparing this technique to the Grand Yan Ju, Han Li couldn't help but feel skeptical. He carefully immersed his divine sense into the jade slip once more and carefully read through Ming Wang Ju. However, after only a short while, he exclaimed in surprise, This technique seems very familiar. Where have I seen something similar before?" "You've seen it." The great Yan Divine Lord was also surprised. "Yes, I remember now. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the demonic technique recorded on that item." After a moment of contemplation, Han Li suddenly remembered something. He reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a palm-sized bronze piece that he had long ignored. It was the Vajra sacred piece that had been cast aside for quite some time. Without further ado, Han Li compared the demonic script on the bronze piece and carefully identified them. After a while, he discovered that while Ming Wang Ju and the technique from the bronze piece were different in content, they clearly belonged to the same lineage. Ming Wang Ju seemed much shallower compared to the technique on the bronze piece, but there was an undeniable sense of similarity between the two. This left Han Li puzzled and somewhat confused. What exactly is this bronze piece? Seeing Han Li intermittently looking at the jade slip and then gazing intently at the bronze piece, wearing an unusually strange expression, the great Yan Divine Lord couldn't help but ask, "Senior, please take a look as well. I have limited talent and cannot see the connection. Perhaps Senior can help me understand." After a slight hesitation, Han Li sighed lightly and threw the bronze piece into the bamboo tube at his back, then crossed his arms and fell into contemplation. This is the demonic script. In that case, this technique should be extraordinary among the demonic races. Let me take a look. The great Yan Divine Lord muttered a few words before his voice sank into silence. Evidently, he was examining the technique recorded on the bronze piece. This time, the great Yan Divine Lord didn't take long. Just 15 minutes later, he gave Han Li a clear answer. "I finally see some clues. Obviously, Ming Wang Ju was derived from this set of demonic techniques. Moreover, it was modified based on the fundamental aspects missing from the bronze piece. The great Yan Divine Lord affirmed categorically, "I see. However, it seems that the final part of Ming Wang Ju does not quite connect with the technique on the bronze piece, indicating that another part is missing." Han Li pondered for a moment and finally voiced his thoughts. "Unexpectedly, young man, you've also noticed this point. You're right. The complete demonic technique should be divided into 3 parts. Ming Wang Ju was derived from the most basic part of body refinement, while the technique recorded on the bronze piece is the final mystical method of manifestation. The middle part, however, seems to lack the transformation of form. This technique is truly extraordinary. 6 arms. Isn't this almost the same as the mystical powers cast by ancient demons? I've long heard that the demonic race was the first to come into contact with the ancient demonic world. It seems that this statement is indeed true." The great Yan Divine Lord chuckled softly, seeming quite interested. "In other words, this technique was passed down from the demonic race to the demonic races, and then the Buddhist sects obtained the basic part, which was modified into the present Ming Wang Ju. Such a technique being coveted by both demonic and Buddhist sects suggests its profound origin and unique characteristics. However, regardless of its power, my 5 ghosts could seal the malevolent aura at any time. I can't worry about so much right now. I can only cultivate this Ming Wang due to resolve the current crisis," Han Li said after thinking for a while, sighing lightly. "Well said. Spending more time searching for other techniques may be risky. Moreover, Ming Wang Ju may be somewhat challenging for others, but with your naturally strong malevolent aura, you should be able to cultivate it smoothly." The great Yan Divine Lord thought for a moment before agreeing. "Let's hope so. However, it seems that this technique requires a Vajra Sarira to cultivate. Will I encounter any problems if I cultivate it directly?" Han Li suddenly remembered something and asked hesitantly. "Vajra Sarira? Didn't you just obtain one? It seems you've had a stroke of luck. Otherwise, I wouldn't necessarily advise you to cultivate this technique. Although other sariras can be reluctantly used, their effects will certainly be inferior to that of a Vajra Sarira. Once your spiritual beast absorbs the corpse fire within the Vajra cover, you can complete the final refining of that Vajra cover. At that time, I will teach you another technique to refine this item into your life-bound treasure. In this way, there will be no problems. When I traveled outside in the past, I was very interested in sariras. I even disguised myself and joined a major Buddhist sect for over a decade, specializing in related studies. There's no need to worry about this matter. In fact, whether you cultivate the Ming Wang Ju or other Buddhist techniques to resolve malevolent aura, you'll still need a sarira. However, finding a sarira in a place as prosperous as the Great Jin Dynasty is not a difficult task. The great Yan Divine Lord said confidently, as if he had already planned for this. In that case, I can rest assured. Since the technique is indeed suitable for me, I should leave this place as soon as possible. Ever since I entered this mountain range, I've had a vague feeling of discomfort. This is not a good sign. I must find another spiritual vein location to cultivate. Hanley pondered carefully and felt relieved after deciding that there would be no problems in cultivating the Ming Wang Jiu. With a final scan of the hall to ensure nothing was overlooked, Han Li raised his foot and walked towards a corner of the teleportation array, disappearing into the white light. An hour later, Hanley transformed into a streak of green light, shooting straight towards the outskirts of the Snowy Peak Mountains. As he flew, he discussed with the great Yan Divine Lord about where to find a suitable place to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. However, after flying hundreds of miles, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from a certain direction. The entire mountain range trembled, sounding like the collapse of heaven and earth. Caught off guard, Han Li's ears buzzed intensely, his figure swaying and his expression changing drastically. Swiftly, he scanned in the direction of the loud noise from afar. Han Li's face darkened. Without saying a word, he doubled his speed in flight. The streak of green light changed direction abruptly, shooting away from the source of the deafening roar. "Uh-oh," Han Li muttered inwardly, feeling extremely frustrated. He had initially planned to avoid trouble from afar, but now trouble had come knocking on his door. The three individuals behind him all possessed an extraordinary aura, clearly all cultivators above the nascent soul stage. However, the gray mist in front fluctuated between weak and strong, showing signs of being heavily injured, likely a hapless fellow being chased. Seeing that he couldn't avoid the three behind him, Han Li gritted his teeth and suddenly changed direction, urging his flying magic tool to veer to the side. He hoped that the three busy pursuing someone else wouldn't pay attention to a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him. However, just as Han Li's figure had flown out more than 10 meters to the side, his speed abruptly halted, and he looked around with suspicion. At that moment, the gray mist behind him whizzed past, narrowly avoiding Han Li. A figure in a tall crown, his face devoid of blood, peered coldly at Han Li from within the mist. After a brief glance, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The mist instantly shot out tens of meters ahead. But then, from a distance, there was a simultaneous rumbling sound all around. Suddenly, a large yellow gourd, about a dozen meters in size, appeared out of nowhere from 100 meters away. With a flick of its mouth, a torrent of yellow sandstorm gushed out, blowing directly towards the fleeing gray mist. Soul-falling sand. The person in the gray mist was taken aback by this sandstorm, showing exceptional fear. He quickly changed direction to avoid the sandstorm. "Ha, Brother Xuan Yi, it's too late to escape now." A stout man in a yellow robe with thick beard on his chin suddenly materialized on the gourd. He then gestured with both hands, and from all directions, deep yellow sandstorms rose up with thunderous roars. The desert covered the sky and obscured the sun, with occasional flags flickering inside. The cultivator hidden in the corpse aura, Xuan Yi Wang, turned pale, stopped his escape, and stared fiercely at the yellow-robed man on the gourd. Behind him, The white hurricane and black demonic cloud also swiftly caught up, flanking him left and right without hesitation. Brother Xuan Yi, you were already hit by senior song from Taeyang Sek's ultimate Yang Kai earlier, and your undeveloped corpse body has likely been heavily injured. Now being trapped here by the three of us, what's the point of resisting stubbornly? As long as you honestly spit out the corpse pearl and let us set a restriction, we can spare your life. After all, Brother Xuan Yi and I have had some dealings over the years. If you were to perish like this, Huang Mu would feel somewhat reluctant. The yellow-robed man spoke calmly. Mad Sand Master, I knew it was you from the moment I emerged from the ancient tomb. I've had a vague sense of unease since then. It seems you've been eyeing me ever since. Setting up this trap to lure me out, you must have been planning this for a long time. You really do have patience, monitoring me for 10 years. Falling into this trap isn't unjustified for me. However, do you really think you can trap me with just a small yellow sand array? Xuan Yi Wang remained unusually calm, his face showing no signs of panic as he spoke coldly. It seems I wasted my words earlier. Brother Xuan Yi, don't blame Huang Mu for being heartless. However, before the yellow-robed man could continue, Xuan Yi Wang interrupted him. Very well, let's not waste time. The man in the yellow robe said impassively after scanning Han Li, clearly uninterested. As you four are engaged in your own battle, why involve me? I'm just passing through, Han Li said calmly after dispersing the giant python. The yellow-robed man and the other elders were shocked, their faces changing drastically as they stared at Han Li. At this moment, they couldn't discern that this unfortunate cultivator trapped in the formation was actually of the same cultivation level as them. Earlier, they hadn't noticed what secret technique he had used to conceal his presence. What were his intentions? Was he tracking them coincidentally, or did he have another motive? The three elders were momentarily stunned, each harboring their own sinister thoughts. Xuan Yi Wang was equally shaken. Although he had recognized Han Li as the cultivator who had taken away the Diamond Sutra, he didn't expect his true cultivation level to be so high. His expression fluctuated with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Han Li calmly scanned the nearby yellow sand restriction with his spiritual sense. His brows furrowed slightly. These yellow sand restrictions were quite intricate. Breaking through forcibly would require considerable effort. Thinking this through, Han Li spoke calmly to the stout man on the gourd. Gentlemen should understand my words from earlier. I won't interfere in your disputes, but allow me a way out. I wonder what your esteemed name is, and why you ventured into the Snowy Peak Mountains. The yellow-robed man hesitated for a moment before asking slowly. My surname is Han, and I'm just passing through these mountains. Is this answer satisfactory? Han Li's voice turned cold, his patience wearing thin. He had only a little time left before his unsealing wore off. There was no time to beat around the bush with them. Opening the restriction to let you out? I'm afraid that's not possible. Setting up this yellow sand formation wasn't easy. If we loosen the restriction, you might take the opportunity to escape. How about you endure a moment longer? After we finish off the old demons, we can let you go, the yellow-robed man said with a troubled expression after glancing around. He, if Han Taoist believes their words, he's seeking his own demise. If these three kill me and to cover up their ugly deeds, they will definitely turn against you next. If you're wise, you should join forces with me to break this formation. My cave is nearby. Once we break free, these people won't pose a threat. I can also swear on my conscience to greatly reward you, suddenly said Xuan Yi Wang solemnly. Han Li remained unchanged, raising an eyebrow slightly. Upon hearing this, the yellow-robed man's face darkened suddenly. You'd better think carefully about the pros and cons before deciding. If you help this old demon, you'll be opposing the three of us. Don't blame us for being ruthless. We'll deal with both of you together. Consider the strengths on both sides. Even if you join forces, you won't escape defeat and death in this yellow sand formation. Do you want to perish alongside this old ghost? My conditions are simple. Han Taoist just needs to stay here for a little while longer, and when the time comes, we'll let you leave unharmed. I can also swear on my conscience. The yellow-robed man said, part threat and part inducement. Don't let yourself be coerced, friend. My reinforcements will arrive soon. As long as you can protect me for a moment, you'll be safe. Xuan Yi Wang, the 10,000-year corpse king, spoke to Han Li, viewing him as a lifeline. Han Li, unexpectedly becoming a factor in this situation, stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Seeing this, the yellow-robed man's eyes flashed with malice, but he forcibly suppressed it. Although this seemingly young cultivator hadn't yet displayed other magical abilities, the lightning arc that had just shattered the python made him not dare to underestimate Han Li. In a swift change of heart, the yellow-robed man abandoned his previous concealment and spoke frankly. Brother Xuan Yi, haven't you noticed? The demon wind 7 suns and the yellow dust 3 fiends around me and Senior Tian Feng aren't present. The moment you exited the tomb, I had them set up a grand formation that has already sealed your tomb tightly. Although their strength may not allow them to break into the tomb immediately, delaying for a day or 2 won't be a problem. Moreover, he. The yellow-robed man chuckled coldly. What's more, Xuan Yi Wang's expression darkened abruptly, his eyes fixed firmly on the yellow-robed man, hands clenched into fists. What's more is that it's nearly noon now. The yin qi from the earth's veins is at its weakest. I'm afraid your corpse qi technique won't be as effective, Mad Sandman said, lifting his head to glance at the sky, a sly smirk on his lips. Upon hearing this, Xuan Yi Wang's face turned ashen, but a layer of black aura faintly emerged. Good, very good. I didn't expect you to have studied my corpse qi technique to such an extent, understanding even the fluctuations of the earth's yin qi. However, no matter how much you know, it's only superficial. Today, I'll let you witness the uniqueness of my corpse qi technique with your own eyes. Xuan Yi Wang suddenly laughed loudly, his voice filled with malice. With no hope for reinforcements, filled with shock and anger, he refused to sit idly by. If he didn't demonstrate his strength, he couldn't sway Han Li, who stood nearby. Xuan Yi Wang immediately opened his mouth. A blob of black blood sprayed out, forming a fist-sized black rune in the wind. It flashed briefly before embedding itself into Xuan Yi Wang's forehead, clearly visible. Subsequently, this rune emitted a sinister black light, causing the grayish corpse qi enveloping Xuan Yi Wang to churn. Simultaneously, a beast-like roar echoed from his mouth. Seeing this scene, although the yellow-robed man didn't know what Xuan Yi Wang was planning, he naturally wouldn't allow him to complete it so easily, immediately shouting without hesitation, "Attack! Don't delay any longer." The mad Sandman then forcefully pushed the enormous gourd beneath him. The mouth of the gourd trembled slightly, and torrents of yellow sand poured out, swiftly coalescing into a massive sand dragon several dozen feet long, fiercely lunging toward Xuan Yi Wang. The other two elders also acted simultaneously. From the milky white hurricane, there came the sound of a breaking void, launching over 100 enormous wind blades, each a foot in size, dazzlingly bright and emitting a sharp, piercing sound, clearly a unique wind blade technique. From the demonic cloud, more than 10 flying knives were launched. These jet-black, shiny knives were initially only a few inches in size upon release. However, in an instant, they grew to several feet in length, silently slashing through the air under the cover of the wind blades. Seeing the imminent danger, Xuan Yi Wang completed his spell just in time. With a furious roar, his high crown detached and flew out, his long hair billowing wildly, now turning purplish-black. Simultaneously, his hands interlaced, arms bulging several feet taller, covered in dense green fur. His fingertips sprouted sharp, purplish-black claws, his face rapidly withering, a pair of inch-long fangs protruding terrifyingly. Xuan Yi Wang had revealed his true form as the 10,000-year corpse king. At this critical moment, the sand dragon, wind blades, and dark knives reached him. Xuan Yi Wang's face twisted with a savage grin, opening his mouth to eject a fist-sized golden bead from his body. Upon rotating, it transformed into a giant golden hand that seized the sand dragon by the throat, momentarily controlling it. The yellow-robed man, rather than being angered by the sand dragon's restraint by the golden hand, smiled in satisfaction and pointed a finger at the struggling sand dragon. The sand dragon, glittering yellow all over, froze for a moment before dissolving into scattered sand and escaping the control of the golden hand. It reformed into a mass, enveloping the golden hand once more. The yellow-robed man didn't stop there, silently gesturing with both hands. The surrounding yellow mist and sand waves surged, unleashing a large, swirling sand wave 10 meters high, rolling towards the center. Meanwhile, eerie wails and cries intermittently emanated from the sand and dust, causing listeners to shudder. He unexpectedly activated the surrounding grand formation, intending to crush Xuan Yi Wang with its restrictive magic. But the moment the yellow-robed man looked at Han Li immediately deduced that Mad Sandman had probably implicated him too. If he hesitated any longer, and the grand formation truly closed in. Mad Sandman would undoubtedly crush him along with Xuan Yi Wang. Annoyed, Han Li muttered to himself. He hadn't intended to waste any more time. With a flick of his sleeve, dozens of golden flying swords shot out, immediately circling and transforming into a large array of sword shadows, slashing toward the nearest sand wave. Simultaneously, the spiritual mirror in his hand had already glowed faintly purple. After infusing it with mana, a faint purple light beam shot forth, striking the sand wave. A strange scene unfolded as the purple light flame, designed to dispel mist, seemingly vanished into the sand and dust, showing no reaction at all. Hanley frowned slightly, his expression wary. The sword glows transformed by the numerous flying swords followed, slashing onto the massive sand wave formed from the mist. Suddenly, a massive gap appeared. Be careful, the soul-devouring sand specializes in corrupting flying swords. Don't touch those sands. Xuan Yi Wang was continuously besieged by several magical treasures, but upon seeing Han Li finally break through the formation, he couldn't help but rejoice, urgently shouting a reminder. Soul-devouring sand. Han Li was momentarily stunned, not yet reacting. Suddenly, the gap that had just been cleaved open changed drastically, an eerie wind stirring up. Countless black gravel, like specters, floated around the swarm of flying swords. From these gravel emerged wisps of dense black gas that wrapped around each flying sword. The moment these black threads made contact, Han Li immediately felt a dullness in his connection to the flying swords. His spiritual consciousness, which controlled the flying swords, seemed to be driven away by an external force, gradually losing control. Han Li's expression turned cold. He pointed his finger toward the direction of the flying swords and lightly uttered, "Explode." A series of thunderous roars ensued. Countless thin golden arcs burst forth from the flying swords, exploding one after another. Wherever the golden arcs went, all the black threads were swept away, even creating large empty spaces in the sand mist. Narrowing his eyes, Han Li peered deep into the sand mist, his expression growing grim. In the center of the sand mist, countless sand grains floated in midair. They appeared to be ordinary yellow sand, but their sheer quantity meant that breaking through them would be no easy task. As he hesitated, his expression suddenly turned grim. Wings of silver abruptly appeared behind him, and amidst the thunderous roar, he disappeared from his original position, reappearing horizontally over 10 yards away. A crimson halberd-like magic treasure passed through the spot where he had just stood, its blazing heat still palpable even from such a distance, causing Han Li to fume with anger. The halberd spiraled back after a sweep. He lifted his head and cast a cold gaze towards the direction of the demonic cloud from which the halberd had come, blue light flashing in his pupils. Despite the thick density of the demonic cloud, it was like nothing under the discerning gaze of his minking spiritual eyes. Every move of the elderly man in the cyan robe inside was crystal clear to him. The elderly man stared back at Han Li in astonishment, evidently taken aback by Han Li's thunderbolt escape technique. Without a word, Han Li's wings fluttered slightly behind him. With a thunderous roar, he disappeared from his original position. In the next instant, he reappeared on the edge of the demonic cloud. His fists clenched, golden light shimmered all over his body, and with a rumbling sound, a layer of golden electric armor emerged. Then, without a change in expression, Han Li flickered again, disappearing from sight. This sudden move sent chills down the elderly man's spine within the demonic cloud. Without hesitation, he reached for his waist pouch and pulled out a burst of cyan light, transforming it into a cyan ancient shield, which he promptly raised before him. Han Li, surrounded by crackling arcs of electricity, appeared several dozen feet away. The dazzling golden arcs on his body made him look like a thunder god descended upon Earth. In just a glance, the nearby demonic cloud was swept clean, revealing a space over 10 yards in size, which covered the elderly man, turning the tables and putting him on the defensive. The elderly man in the cyan robe couldn't help but exclaim, realizing the situation was dire. Instantly, spiritual light flashed on his body, and he hurried to flee. But since Han Li had risked using the thunderbolt escape to sneak into this place, how could he easily let the other party escape? With a flicker of his figure, Han Li appeared before the elderly man in a series of illusions. Both hands rose simultaneously, unleashing a purple flame and a streak of golden light. Seeing Han Li's swift movement, the elderly man was greatly alarmed. Without further ado, he urgently sprayed a white mist onto the ancient shield in front of him. A cyan light wall emerged from the shield, spanning between Han Li and the elderly man. The purple flame flashed and unceremoniously struck the light wall. A crackling sound made the elderly man stare in disbelief. The purple cold spread rapidly over the light wall, quickly covering it in thick ice, freezing the cyan ancient shield inside. What technique is this, so domineering? The elderly man couldn't help but be shocked. Another streak of golden light followed. With a light poo sound, the golden light disappeared without a trace after a flash on the ice wall. But immediately, a golden glow reappeared before the elderly man. With a start, the elderly man almost instinctively dodged to the side. Instantly, he felt a chilling sensation on his shoulder, a pain he could barely endure. In a panic, he glanced sideways, only to find that his arm had been cut off by the golden light. If his reaction had been slower, he might have lost his head. The streak of golden light spiraled and shot high into the sky, revealing itself as a small golden sword about an inch long. Turning back, he noticed a small hole in the ice wall. The golden light was incredibly sharp, piercing through both layers of the ice wall and the light screen formed by the ancient shield, leaving him incredulous. However, the elderly man had no time to marvel. He was filled with extreme anger. Swiftly, he activated a talisman on himself, staunching the bleeding, then gritted his teeth and glared at Han Li, intending to dismember him to avenge his severed arm. But as his gaze swept forward, Han Li was nowhere to be seen. No, the elderly man's heart sank as he realized he had been tricked. A chill rose from the depths of his heart. Without searching for Han Li's trace, he swiftly reached for his storage pouch, intending to retrieve a treasure to protect himself. But it was already too late. There was a faint, muffled sound from behind the elderly man. Immediately, his protective spiritual light was shattered by something, and a purple flame-wrapped palm swiftly pierced through his back, bursting through his chest. Purple ice instantly spread across his body, freezing him alive. The elderly man felt a prickling pain spread throughout his body and found himself unable to move, overwhelmed by fear. At this moment, Han Li, who had mysteriously appeared behind him, showed no mercy. With a casual flick of his sleeve, a golden electric net descended. Where the arcs of electricity crackled and burst, the purple ice shattered inch by inch. A black light-shrouded infant shot out from the shattered ice, attempting to teleport away in a panic. However, Han Li, who had anticipated this, shouted coldly. The electric net blazed brightly, and despite the elderly man's attempt to teleport, his nascent soul was ensnared in the net, unable to escape. A cold smirk flashed across Han Li's lips. With a twist of his hands, the golden net suddenly contracted and then burst open. The elderly man's nascent soul was obliterated amid the shimmering golden light. From the elderly man's ambush on Han Li to Han Li's ruthless retaliation, only a moment had passed. Huang Yao and the two demon companions didn't even have time to intervene. Seeing Han Li effortlessly kill a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, both Huang Yao and the yellow-robed elderly man were horrified, their faces turning pale. The yellow-robed elderly man moved his lips slightly, conveying a few words. Immediately, together with Tianfeng Zhenjun in the hurricane, they stopped attacking Xuanyi Wang and swiftly retrieved their magic treasures. Both shot back into the sand mist, disappearing from sight. Xuanyi Wang, heavily injured earlier and at a disadvantage, managed to fend off several attacks with his resilient undead king's physique. However, his gaze toward Han Li now held a hint of unease. Amidst his shock, he felt a sense of apprehension. If he hadn't been seriously injured and in a tomb, he couldn't have imagined dealing so effortlessly with a fellow cultivator of the same level as the one before him, let alone completely annihilating a nascent soul stage opponent. Regardless of Han Li's magical powers or methods, they left the undead king with a chill. Could this person actually be at the late nascent soul stage? Xuanyi Wang pondered, reassessing Han Li. However, it was clear that Han Li was only at the mid-nascent soul stage. This revelation meant that this seemingly young cultivator possessed extraordinary abilities, comparable to those of a late nascent soul stage cultivator. The undead king shivered slightly at the thought, realizing how fortunate he had been to send only avatars to search for this person. If he had been unaware and personally sent his golden armor to hunt him down, it would likely have ended in disaster. Since his return to the mountain range, he had been unable to sense the whereabouts of those two avatars. It appeared that they had been killed by Han Li. Feeling uneasy, Xuanyi Wang instinctively blamed Han Li for the disappearance of his two avatars. He hesitated for a moment, about to speak to Han Li, when suddenly the array formations around them underwent astonishing changes, immediately capturing his attention. The originally yellowish sand mist suddenly changed color, and amidst its murkiness, the sand waves disappeared. Instead, the same black sands that had previously trapped Han Li's flying swords began to emerge. These sands, although not as dense as the yellow sands, were covered in a chilling black glow, densely spread throughout the sand mist, appearing extremely eerie. With the appearance of these black sands, cries and howls resounded like ghosts and wolves, transforming into black sand clouds that aggressively squeezed towards the center. Oh no, Quangsha Old Demon has released all the soul-devouring sands and mixed them into the restrictions. Friend, these soul-devouring sands cannot be resisted with ordinary treasures. You'll have to rely on your own cultivation to withstand them. However, using so many soul-devouring sands will definitely strain his mana. It won't last long. As long as we endure a few rounds of attacks, we'll be safe, Xuanyi Wang said urgently to Han Li. Now that they were both trapped in the same boat, he naturally didn't want this powerful ally to encounter any accidents. Earlier, when he saw Han Li break through these sands with his golden electric arcs, he doubted Han Li could withstand the current onslaught of soul-devouring sands with just those arcs. Soul-devouring sands? These sands have such heavy yin energy. It seems they're refined from refined souls. No wonder they have such a formidable reputation, Han Li murmured to himself, floating in the air. His face remained expressionless, without any defensive posture. Xuanyi Wang was somewhat surprised by this sight. However, seeing the black sand clouds about to overwhelm the remaining space, he had no time to think about it. Opening his mouth, he spewed out several fist-sized gray-white corpse flames, which instantly condensed into a huge fireball, enveloping him. Han Li's figure, surrounded by arcs of electricity dancing wildly, appeared several dozen feet away. The dazzling golden arcs were like a god of thunder descending, immediately clearing a space of over 10 zhang in the surrounding demonic clouds. This exposed the elderly man to Han Li's attacks. Ah, the elderly man couldn't help but exclaim, realizing the situation was dire. Immediately, spiritual light flashed on his body, preparing to flee. However, since Han Li had taken the risk of infiltrating here using Thunder Flash, how could he easily let the opponent escape? With a flicker of his body, Han Li, with a series of afterimages, appeared before the elderly man. Both hands raised simultaneously. A purple flame and a golden light simultaneously shot out. Seeing Han Li's speed, the elderly man was greatly alarmed, putting aside all other thoughts and hurriedly spitting out a burst of white mist onto the ancient shield before him. A pale green light wall emerged from the shield, shielding Han Li and the elderly man. After a flash, the purple flame impolitely struck the light wall. Zzz. A slight sound rang out, leaving the elderly man dumbfounded. The purple cold air quickly spread over the light wall, quickly covering the entire surface with a thick layer of ice, completely freezing the pale green ancient shield within. What kind of technique is this, so overbearing? The elderly man couldn't help but be amazed. Another golden light immediately shot out. Pooh, a light sound was heard, and the golden light disappeared without a trace. But immediately, a golden glow appeared in front of the elderly man. The elderly man shook, and his body almost instinctively flashed to one side. Immediately, he felt a coolness on his shoulders and unbearable pain. In a hurry, he glanced sideways and saw that his arm had been cut off by the golden light. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he feared his head would have already fallen. After a turn, the golden light shot into the air, turning out to be a small golden sword a few inches long. And after looking back, only then did he find a small hole in the ice wall. The golden light was extremely sharp, and it directly penetrated the double layer of the ice wall and the light screen of the ancient shield that it was transformed into. However, the elder had no time to be amazed. At this moment, he was extremely angry. He quickly applied a talisman to his body, then immediately stopped the bleeding and hissed at the front. He wanted to make Han Li feel broken, but as he looked at the front, Han Li had completely disappeared. No, the elderly man saw this and his heart sank. A layer of coldness rose from the depths of his heart. He couldn't find any trace of Han Li again, and he quickly searched for a magic treasure to protect his body. But it was already too late. The elderly man heard a muffled sound behind him, and then his body was hit by something. His shield light broke, and a purple flame wrapped around his palm, piercing his chest. Purple ice instantly covered his entire body and completely trapped it. The elderly man suddenly felt like he had been stabbed all over his body, and his body couldn't move, and his heart was afraid. At this point, Han Li, who was mysterious, did not leave the hand. Han Li's sleeves flicked without hesitation, and a golden web was raised behind him, flashing lightning and bursting, and the purple ice was covered with gold threads. An infant was released from the gold, and the light exploded. The old man in the middle of the field was alarmed, and his face turned white. The old man in the field hurriedly talked and realized that he was watching the same as a signal to the other, and a red sun, and the surrounding sound of the old man's head, and looked at Han opponent's face of the faint king's magic experience body. Then the king's mountain was at a fight to themselves. He turned to the magic pouch as a treasure, and immediately wanted to take a small sword, was a sword of mountain, and the two of them. This soul-falling sand is not an ordinary treasure. In order to refine this weapon that can corrupt others' magic tools, the yellow-robed man secretly killed countless low-level cultivators in the past, using their spiritual souls and a large amount of rare materials. It took over 100 years of hard work to finally refine it successfully. In the past, whenever they encountered strong enemies, the yellow-robed men would release this sand, which was almost invincible. Even when confronting enemies of the same level, this treasure displayed its might, achieving remarkable feats and earning the illustrious reputation of Mad Sandman in the fringe sects and paths, considered a renowned senior figure. This time, daring to provoke the renowned Xuan Yi King among evil cultivators, they indeed had some confidence due to this treasure. However, now that they had released this sand into the large formation to deal with the unknown cultivator before them, not only did it fail to harm the enemy, but it was quickly absorbed by the giant ape released by the opponent. Naturally, this caused extreme regret to the yellow-robed men. They dared not drive the sand mist to besiege the opponent any longer, instead hurriedly manipulating their techniques to retrieve all the black sand near Han Li. This incident made them hesitant, and they couldn't help but feel a hint of retreat in their hearts. "Brother Mad Sand, didn't you borrow the azure crystal divine sand for this exact purpose? Why not use it against this person? Although we don't know what kind of spirit beast this giant ape is, it's clearly only capable of restraining yin and ghostly energy. The azure crystal divine sand, on the other hand, is a pure Taoist treasure that the opponent definitely won't be able to resist. As long as we kill this person, everything can proceed as planned." The one speaking was the grotesque-faced true gentleman Tianfeng, an elderly man with a dark complexion and small, horse-like eyes. For this operation, he had invested a great deal of effort and resources, and success was within reach. He was unwilling to let it slip away like this. The azure crystal divine sand was painstakingly begged for as a life-saving treasure in case of emergencies. Granny Tian, she only lent me some due to our close relationship. I have promised repeatedly that I would only use this treasure for self-preservation. If something were to go wrong, I wouldn't be able to justify it to her. Mad Sandman shook his head vigorously like a drum, resolutely refusing the proposal. But this cultivator in front of us, with his powerful magic treasures and spiritual beasts, we can't compete with him without this sand. Wouldn't all our previous efforts be in vain? Forget about anything else. The old demon's heavenly corpse bead is a rare treasure for cultivating the body, crucial for us to break through to the next realm. True gentleman Tianfeng became anxious upon hearing this. "Humph, the heavenly corpse bead is important, but isn't the azure crystal divine sand just as crucial? This sand isn't something that can be used repeatedly. It's disposable. Once used, I won't have any of this azure crystal sand left. Even if Granny Tian she has some connection with me, getting another batch would be impossible. Moreover, the abilities of the person in front of us are unpredictable. The azure crystal sand might not necessarily guarantee victory. If it's broken by the opponent, it will only worsen the situation." Mad Sandman snorted, still adamant in his refusal. But, although true gentleman Tianfeng felt that what the other party said made sense, he was still unwilling. He wanted to persuade a few more words. Just then, a fiery light shot from afar, hovering above the sand fog, and flew into the sand fog, falling into the hands of the yellow-robed man. The yellow-robed man was somewhat surprised as he held the fiery light that had transformed from a sound transmission talisman. Then, without hesitation, he immersed his spiritual sense into it. Just a moment later, the yellow-robed man's face darkened, and with a single wave of his hand, the flames disappeared without a trace. "Let's go. It's a bit too late to use the azure crystal divine sand now." Chi Zai and San Sha, those useless people, were actually forced to break their blockade by Lady Yu Hua, bringing a large number of high-level spirit corpses rushing here. If we don't leave now, it could be dangerous, Mad Sandman said coldly. Upon hearing this, True Gentleman Tianfeng was greatly surprised, completely extinguishing the last glimmer of hope. He could only reluctantly agree. Afterward, the two of them didn't dare to delay any longer. They quickly cast their spells, and after a surge of black sand mist, they suddenly flew high into the sky, gathering into a ball, then rolling away into the distance like a sea of sky. The yellow-robed men did not appear again from start to finish. Han Li stood on the giant ape's shoulder, coldly watching their departure. His time was limited. If the other party continued to be entangled, he might have to use the Void Heaven Cauldron again. The last time he used the Void Heaven Cauldron to collect the spirit sand of the heavenly Lan Holy Woman, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with these sands, too. However, the Void Heaven Cauldron was, after all, a rare treasure known throughout the loose star sea. He was reluctant to use it casually. If by any chance it was recognized by someone, the trouble would be significant. Even though his cultivation was profound, he feared that there would be no peace in the future. Friend's magical powers are vast, even capable of dispelling the soul-falling sand. It truly opens my eyes. I must thank Friend for saving my life. Xuanyi King saw the yellow-robed men and others carrying away the sand mist, finally disappearing into the horizon, and heaved a sigh of relief. However, he did not immediately retract the corpse flames enveloping him. Instead, facing Han Li directly, he arched his hand and said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally relaxed his expression and slowly said, "Although this time I made a move against these individuals, no matter what, I did save your life." "What do you mean by heavily rewarded? I'm quite interested in knowing." He wasn't exactly a righteous gentleman, and with the backlash of his own death chi worsening, now seeing only this severely injured corpse king, Han Li naturally couldn't restrain a hint of murderous intent. Just now, Han Li carefully observed the opponent and sensed a corpse aura similar to that on the diamond shield. Combined with the yellow-robed man's address of him as Brother Xuanyi, Han Li had already guessed his identity. This person turned out to be the corpse refiner called Xuanyi, mentioned by Jin Yuan. It was quite unexpected to encounter him so quickly. However, after forcefully using the great extending art and clearing his mind, Han Li estimated the duration of his seals and considered the opponent's potential desperate techniques. Moreover, with the wind and thunder wings and the ice flame divine abilities revealed earlier, he couldn't rely on surprise anymore. Even with the assistance of the soul-howling beast, this Millennium Corpse King was no ordinary corpse refiner, and the likelihood of quickly defeating him wasn't very high. Therefore, after weighing it for a while, Han Li forcibly suppressed the killing intent in his heart. However, after saving the other party once, he wouldn't miss out on the advantages he should gain. Therefore, he had straightforwardly said just now, I don't have much else, but I do have some spirit stones and materials. If friend doesn't mind, come with me. I will definitely satisfy friend." Hearing this, Xuanyi King slightly relaxed in his heart and smiled slightly. "No need for such trouble. I see you have a nice golden pearl. Would friend be willing to part with it as a gift?" After lingering his gaze on him for a moment, Han Li said calmly, "Is friend referring to this item?" Xuanyi King's face darkened upon hearing Han Li's words. But after glancing at the giant ape still watching closely, he reluctantly answered, opened his mouth, and spat out the golden pearl. Han Li nodded casually, indicating it was indeed that item. This is called the Heavenly Corpse Bead. It's something similar to a life-bound magic treasure that appears only after refining the heavenly corpse art. Normally, it wouldn't be shown casually. If I'm not mistaken, the two demons from Fangjian Mountain most likely came for this item. However, this pearl is of no use to me. Friend can take it. Xuanyi King's gaze flickered a few times. Then suddenly he laughed, pointed at the golden pearl in front of him, and immediately shot it towards Han Li. Han Li was greatly surprised, but his hand didn't stop moving. He grabbed the pearl flying through the air, and suddenly a green giant hand appeared in the sky, grabbing the golden pearl in his hand. The old demon hadn't tampered with the pearl at all. Han Li enveloped the pearl in a ball of green light and carefully examined it. There was no substitution or trickery. It was indeed the same golden pearl the old demon had presented earlier. His initial intention in asking for this item had been to negotiate. Yet, the other party's swift compliance made him somewhat suspicious. Han Li's thoughts raced, his face showing a hint of contemplation. "Friend, there's no need to be surprised. Let me be frank with you. While this bead is also a heavenly corpse bead, it's not the one I cultivated. It's another bead I obtained along with the heavenly corpse great technique back in the day, completely unrelated to me. My heavenly corpse bead is of paramount importance, so how could I carry it with me? It's still securely kept in my tomb." Seeing Han Li's reaction, Xuanyi Wang hesitated for a moment before explaining proactively with a strange look on his face. "I see. In that case, I'll gratefully accept it. It seems your people have arrived. I'll take my leave now." Han Li suddenly realized something as he was about to ask further questions. He lifted his head and looked into the distance towards the horizon, then bid farewell. Before the old demon could say anything, Han Li's body was enveloped in a flash of green light, transforming into a Qingheng rainbow and speeding away. Watching Han Li's departing figure, the old demon's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, feeling somewhat uncertain about Han Li's words. However, moments later, echoing ghostly cries came from the direction of the ancient tomb, followed by boundless green clouds rolling in, carrying a thick corpse qi. Upon seeing this, Xuan Yi Wang was overjoyed. Even if the sand-swept person and others returned, he was no longer afraid. He turned into a gray light and flew straight towards them. Meanwhile, Han Li didn't hesitate for a moment, utilizing the remaining unsealing time like lightning. He needed to distance himself from Xuan Yi Wang and the yellow-robed giant who had left earlier. Otherwise, if his magical powers were sealed again and he faced these people head-on, his troubles would be immense. Given Han Li's current full magical power, his speed was naturally extraordinary. Before his magical power was sealed again, after changing directions several times in succession, he unexpectedly fled thousands of miles away, leaving the mountainous area. Only then did Han Li breathe a sigh of relief. After carefully identifying the direction, he calmly steered his magical treasure away from the mountains. 2 days later, Han Li descended near a desolate mountain devoid of human presence. He then released several magical treasures and opened a rudimentary cave mansion at the foot of the mountain. Immediately, he used a set of array tools to block the cave entrance. Han Li himself walked directly into the secret chamber of the cave mansion and sat cross-legged. Are you planning to contemplate the king's enlightenment technique here? The great Yan Divine Lord, who had followed Han Li's actions all along without interrupting, finally couldn't help but ask. Why is this place unsuitable? Han Li responded non-committally. HMPH, there's not even a spiritual vein here. If you were to practice at this speed, I would have already dissipated by the time you finished. The great Yan Divine Lord said unkindly. He, Senior, don't be angry. I was just joking. I've already contemplated the first layer of the king's enlightenment technique on the way here. The first layer of the technique is manageable. It doesn't require much spiritual energy, so I estimate it will take about a year to complete. However, starting from the second layer, the difficulty of cultivation doubles. Moreover, the cultivation method therein requires a large amount of spiritual power, which can only be obtained in a place with spiritual veins. Otherwise, the time spent will far exceed expectations. To eliminate the backlash of corpse qi, one must cultivate the first 2 layers of the king's enlightenment technique to barely be able to turn the backlash into one's own use. Han Li chuckled lightly, seeming to be in a good mood. However, although the great Jin dynasty has many spiritual vein places, none of them are ownerless. Even the worst spiritual veins are definitely occupied. Since I intend to recover my magical power as soon as possible, I can't possibly practice in a spiritual vein that's too inferior. It would be better to infiltrate a major sect and quietly practice the technique. You seem to already have a plan in mind. The great Yan Divine Lord became curious. You're right, I do have a goal in mind, and I don't even need to forge an identity, Han Li said confidently. Oh, that sounds promising. Please tell me more. The great Yan Divine Lord was even more surprised. It's simple. Do you remember those land deeds I obtained from the Feng family's secret cave? Among them was another document, detailing several secrets of the Feng family. It happens that there's the head of the Feng family who prepared an escape route many years ago for the descendants of the Feng family, an unrelated identity with a wealthy merchant family in the southern region. This wealthy merchant indeed exists, managing more than a dozen well-known shops. However, this person is just a puppet deliberately pushed out by the Feng family. The real power and the deeds to the shops are still in the hands of the Feng family. Now that the Feng family is completely wiped out, this wealthy man still lives. With this person's cover, it shouldn't be a problem to join a major sect in the southern region. As long as 2 to 3 years later, I can undo the backlash and restore most of my vitality, I can safely search for materials everywhere. Han Li had no intention of hiding anything, and said one by one, "Is there such a thing? That's a good idea. However, why are you lingering here now? Are you planning to practice the first layer of the mantra first?" The great Yan Divine Lord thought for a while, thought there was no problem, but asked one more question. "I do intend to master the first layer of the King's enlightenment technique first. After all, this technique needs to be practiced to truly determine its difficulty and see if there are any problems. In addition, with no one disturbing this place, I want to first refine the diamond hood and recognize its master, as well as the crystallized demon pill I obtained from the trading meeting, to prepare for future use. Of course, the most important thing is to deal with these two things first." Han Li sighed, turned his palm over, and 2 round beads appeared in his hand at the same time. It was the heavenly corpse bead he had just obtained, and the snow crystal bead he had obtained from the disciple of the 9 Immortals' palace. You don't need to mention the snow crystal bead. This is a rare ice attribute treasure, and it has never been recognized as its master. If it can be refined and nurtured for a period of time, it will definitely be of great benefit to the purple luo heavenly fire. As for this heavenly corpse bead, since so many people want it, even the mid-Yuan Wying period cultivator is willing to kill for it. It seems to be equally extraordinary. "Senior, do you know its use?" Han Li asked solemnly. "This kind of thing involves the practice methods of demon and ghost Tao. I don't know much about it. However, the reputation of this bead is not small. I know a little about it. This thing is generally formed only when the corpse kings intentionally cultivate it. For those who focus on refining the body, it can be seen as a kind of marrow-washing elixir. After swallowing it, it can gradually improve the practitioner's physique, allowing them to make rapid progress in body refinement. With this bead, it's highly probable to refine the body into something as tough as the corpse kings and demon beasts, and this bead called the heavenly corpse bead should have even more extraordinary effects." The great Yan Divine Lord pondered for a moment before saying so. "Swallow it, like refining a magic treasure, directly absorb it into the body." Han Li looked down at the golden bead, feeling hesitant. Of course, it's impossible to directly refine it like that. The corpse bead itself carries extremely potent corpse poison, which must be first purified with a special spirit liquid. Although the materials needed for this spirit liquid are rare, I remember you have everything on you. There's no need to go out and buy more. Most of the cultivation methods in the King's enlightenment technique are also body refining techniques. Perhaps this bead will also greatly benefit the practice of the king's enlightenment technique. Let me copy this formula into a jade slip for you to take a look at. The great Yan Divine Lord this time took the initiative to help Han Li up. After all, Han Li's body had to be cleared of corpse poison one day, and he couldn't boldly go out to collect materials. So that's how it is. Then Trouble Senior. Han Li exhaled and said with a smile. After waiting for a while, a jade slip flew out of the bamboo tube. Han Li grabbed it in his hand and carefully examined it. However, after a while, the great Yan Divine Lord suddenly asked in a strange voice, Han Kid, from escaping from the Mulan grassland until now, have you forgotten something very important? What important matter? What are you referring to, Senior? Han Li withdrew his thoughts and asked, somewhat puzzled. Have you forgot about what's sealed inside that heaven-void cauldron of yours? Sighed the great Yan Divine Lord. Senior means the incarnation of the heavenly abyssal beast. Han Li chuckled. Yes, that beast. Since you captured it, I've noticed you haven't dealt with it yet. Could it be you've actually forgotten? The great Yan Divine Lord smirked. Forgetfulness is out of the question. In fact, I've already handled it long ago. It's just that the cauldron can only expel it when my magical power has recovered. That's why you weren't aware of it, Han Li explained with a wry smile. How did you handle it? The great Yan Divine Lord asked with considerable interest. How else could I handle it? I don't have the ability to open the cauldron at will. The last time I managed to lift the lid and capture the beast on my own was already beyond my expectations. I could only communicate with it using my spiritual consciousness, Han Li said bitterly. What was the result? The great Yan Divine Lord pressed on. HMPH. The beast has only recently arrived in this world and hasn't even fully awakened its intelligence. There was no way to communicate with it at all, Han Li grunted in frustration. Perhaps so. Han Li had no objections to this. Regardless of the type, 9 out of 10 fire-attributed treasures were primarily focused on attack. After discussing this with the great Yan Divine Lord, Han Li fell silent. He lightly flicked his sleeve, and 2 round beads flew out of his hand. Immediately after, he cast 2 spells, striking each bead. Golden and white lights flickered, and the 2 beads floated motionless in the air. Han Li's gaze flickered. He tapped his storage pouch, and 7 to 8 bottles, jade boxes, and a silver miniature cauldron flew out successively, landing steadily on the ground in front of him. The miniature cauldron hovered low in the air. With a twist of his hands and a pointed finger towards the cauldron, its lid trembled and flew open by itself, hovering in midair after a brief spiral. Simultaneously, a jade box on the ground also opened its lid on its own, revealing a box filled with greenish powder. Han Li exhaled a cloudy spirit from his mouth, which struck the jade box. A bluish light enveloped half of the spirit powder, lifting it into the air before it spiraled into the cauldron. With a low shout, a thin green flame spewed from his mouth, enveloping the cauldron's lower half in a fierce blaze. However, upon releasing the flame, Han Li's face immediately turned pale, showing signs of exhaustion. Han Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't expected that extracting a strand of infant fire from within his Yuan Wying would be so difficult after his mana was sealed. Of course, this was also greatly related to his diminished vitality, which had yet to fully recover. At this moment, he raised his hand towards another slender jade bottle in the void. The bottle floated up and slowly flew above the cauldron. Its lid flipped open on its own, and a finger-thick greenish liquid poured into the cauldron, instantly blending with the blue powder inside. Next, a deep chanting voice rang out. Under the spell's influence, the blue flame on the cauldron surged, wrapping it entirely. After just a moment, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted from the cauldron. Han Li swept his sleeve, causing the infant fire on the cauldron to disappear without a trace. The silver miniature cauldron then floated lightly into Han Li's hands. With a single hand supporting the cauldron, he lowered his head to gaze inside, where he saw an extremely thick and viscous spirit liquid several inches deep, sparkling with emerald brilliance and emitting a delightful fragrance. "Is this the spirit liquid?" Han Li asked cautiously, comparing it with the description in the jade slip. "This is indeed the spirit liquid. I didn't expect your alchemy skills to reach such a profound level. I thought you would need at least 2 cauldrons to refine this spirit liquid. In terms of alchemy alone, your attainments exceed mine from years ago. Now, soak the heaven corpse bead in this spirit liquid for 7 days and nights. It will detoxify the corpse poison within, and then you can safely use it," lazily said the great Yan Divine Lord. Han Li smiled at this, but refrained from saying more. He pointed at a suspended golden bead with his hand. Instantly, the bead transformed into a golden light and shot directly into the cauldron. The cauldron's lid followed suit and sealed it shut. Han Li then placed the cauldron in a corner of the secret room and shifted his attention to the snow crystal bead. This bead's refinement didn't require much effort. With a flip of his palm and a few inaudible incantations, a small cluster of purple flames appeared in his hand. With a flick, the flames shot out and struck the snow crystal bead. Immediately, the surface of the bead shimmered with white and purple light, intertwining like a lotus flower mingling with purple heavenly flames. Han Li's face lit up at the sight. He exhaled a green light from his mouth, enveloping the bead in the air. Under the glow, the bead rapidly shrank and transformed into the size of a pill, which Han Li swallowed in one gulp. Closing his eyes solemnly, Han Li formed a hand seal with both hands, motionless as he inspected his internal situation. At this moment, the snow crystal bead was nestled in his dantian, encased in a lotus flower formed by purple flames, spinning gently. Below the bead, his original infant was seated in meditation, hands forming seals, resonating with the purple flame bead, an unusually mysterious scene. Feeling relieved, Han Li knew that with his current foundation stage cultivation, he couldn't directly refine the bead. Fortunately, his purple heavenly flames were exceptionally dominant, allowing him to first refine the bead upon incorporation. When the time came for proper refinement, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, under the control of the purple heavenly flames, he could even use the flames to manipulate the bead forcefully when necessary. With the matters of the two beads settled, Han Li didn't immediately proceed to the next task. Instead, he sat quietly in the secret room for half a day, allowing his mental energy and mana to recover slightly. Then, he removed a spiritual beast pouch from his waist and tossed it into the air. A white mist poured out, revealing a dazzling golden object, the incomplete diamond cover. Within this half-finished golden bubble, the wailing soul beast lay curled up, sleeping soundly. Seeing this, Hanley twitched his mouth, wearing a somewhat helpless expression. This wailing soul beast was indeed a bit too fond of sleeping. Out of 10 summoning attempts, it would be sleeping in 9. With a wry smile, Han Li helplessly pointed his finger at the diamond cover. A faint green light shot out and struck the surface of the golden bubble. The pale golden light rippled slightly, but inside, the wailing soul beast received the vibration and gradually opened its eyes. Upon seeing itself outside the spiritual beast pouch, it emitted a series of cries and swiftly shot out in a blur of black light from the golden bubble. After hovering in midair for a moment, it obediently landed on Han Li's shoulder, then rubbed its furry head against Han Li's neck incessantly. After years of companionship, the wailing soul beast already regarded Han Li as family and was exceptionally affectionate towards him. Han Li smiled faintly, turning his head to gently stroke the beast's head before looking back at the hovering diamond cover. With a sweep of his sleeve, a mist of green light flew out, instantly engulfing the golden bubble and swirling around it, rotating incessantly, while the golden bubble itself remained unresponsive, as if lifeless. Han Li was slightly stunned. After a brief contemplation, he swiftly formed hand seals with both hands and recited another incantation to collect the treasure. Numerous green spells struck the diamond cover, causing the spiritual light to fluctuate several times, but there was still no significant change. This time, Han Li's expression changed slightly. However, with his knowledge and supernatural abilities, he knew that the techniques and methods for retrieving treasures couldn't be limited to just these two. Taking a deep breath, Han Li steadfastly continued to change the hand seals in his hands and alternated between high and low chants of incantations. Various colorful spells shot out from his 10 fingers in succession. As time passed, the golden pagoda still showed no response, and Han Li's face finally turned ugly. After chanting the last known method to retrieve treasures, his incantations abruptly ceased. "Senior Diane, what's going on? Even though I'm currently at the foundation establishment stage, I shouldn't be unable to retrieve such a treasure. Is there something special about this golden pagoda, which is crafted from Buddhist relics using corpse fire?" Hanley asked with a furrowed brow. The Golden Pagoda is a rare method of refining treasures using Buddhist relics with corpse fire. Originally, the incompatibility between relics and corpse fire makes it unsurprising that conventional retrieval methods wouldn't work. However, I will pass on a set of incantations for retrieving relics. Let's see if they work, Senior Diane replied calmly. All right, I'll give it a try. Han Li agreed without hesitation. Half a day later, using the newly acquired incantations, Han Li finally managed to shrink the treasure and retrieve it into his hands, which greatly relieved him. However, when Han Li tried to complete the final refinement of the Golden Pagoda according to Senior Diane's instructions, he encountered even greater trouble. No matter how he used the infant fire to refine it, the Golden Pagoda showed no effect. This time, even Senior Diane had no solution. According to Senior Diane's speculation, to complete the final refinement of the Golden Pagoda, it seemed that he would need to use thousand-year corpse fire. Upon hearing this, Han Li rolled his eyes in frustration and said, "Humph, thousand-year corpse fire. Where do you expect me to find that? Should I go to Snow Ridge Mountain and kidnap King Xuanyi again?" Senior Diane could only sigh helplessly at Han Li's words and fell into silence. Just as Han Li felt at a loss and was already considering using the Golden Pagoda as it was, the little monkey sitting on his shoulder, bored, suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a gray-white flame. It instantly enveloped the Golden Pagoda floating in midair. Originally silent and motionless, the Golden Pagoda suddenly emitted a low hum in the gray flame. The golden bubble within the gray flames suddenly expanded and contracted rapidly. Seeing this scene, Han Li was greatly shocked. Thousand-year corpse fire, Senior Diane exclaimed in astonishment. Nan County is a county on the border between the northern and central regions of Dajin. In terms of area, it ranks among the bottom few of the 36 major counties, but in terms of prosperity, it ranks among the top 5. The county is mostly plains and waterways, rich in resources, with many spiritual mountains and rivers. Occasionally, mortal men can even see immortals dressed as monks or Taoists flying in the sky. Therefore, Buddhism and Taoism are prevalent in this county for a while. Temples and Taoist monasteries are scattered throughout the county, and whether nobles, wealthy, or commoners, all show great respect to both religions. Besides Buddhism and Taoism, there are also numerous academies in this county. Large cities, small towns, and villages all have traces of academies and private schools. These academies are obviously divided into different levels. The first-class academies are where eminent scholars personally teach the 4 books and 5 classics. They teach the children of high-ranking officials and nobles. The lowest-tier small private schools are just ordinary scholars teaching basic Confucian thoughts and some fundamental scriptures. Once they discover outstanding talents, they recommend them to higher-level academies, providing excellent opportunities for children from poor families to rise. Scholars graduating from high-tier academies are highly sought after by the upper class of Dajin. Scholars graduating from the highest-tier academies are even sought after by frontier officials and noble families. Taichung City, the capital of Taichung Prefecture, is such a city where academies are widespread. Although this city does not have the fame of Wuguang City, it is the city where most officials, wealthy merchants, and tycoons reside in Nan County. There are 3 or 4 marquis families alone, and countless ordinary people engaged in various professions. Gan family, located on the west side of Taichung City, is one of the wealthy families in Taichung City. Such a wealthy merchant who owns nearly 20 restaurants in Taichung Prefecture alone would not be an exaggeration to be called a local tycoon in smaller cities. However, in this city, they are just considered upper middle class among the wealthy. Despite this, Gan family is in an area where many wealthy people gather in Taichung City, owning a sizable mansion. Inside the gate, there are 30 to 40 servants and maids, making it quite a sizable residence. On this day, under the blazing sun at noon, a young man dressed in Confucian robes slowly walked from the street corner. This young man was in his 20s and looked young, but he carried a large bundle wrapped in coarse gray cloth on his back, looking somewhat dusty. As soon as the young man entered this street, his eyes kept searching left and right. After a while, he finally saw the huge plaque hanging on the black and shiny gate of Gan family, that red Gan mansion, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He walked a few steps forward to the gate and looked at Gan family again without hesitation. He lightly knocked on the iron door handle twice. Thump, thump, 2 light knocks sounded, and immediately there was a hurried sound of footsteps from inside the gate. The young man was startled when he heard this sound, as if somewhat surprised. But after a moment, the gate quickly opened halfway, revealing the face of a middle-aged man full of respect, dressed in ordinary clothes. As soon as the man saw the young man in front of him, the respectful expression on his face froze for a moment, then quickly disappeared. "Whom does Sir seek?" Originally prepared to bow, the man straightened up and asked with some suspicion, his eyes scanning the young man up and down, trying to discern something from him. "Is this the residence of Uncle Gan Kai?" The young man arched his hand and smiled. Gan Kai is the title of our master. Sir is." After seeing the young man's attire, the man's face had shown a hint of disdain, but now, upon hearing this, he was greatly surprised. His tone immediately became polite. "I am Han Li, a distant relative of Uncle Gan Kai. I have come here specifically to visit Uncle Gan," the young man, Han Li, said with a smile, without hesitation. At this moment, it had been a year since he had secluded himself for cultivation. After a period of intensive cultivation, with the help of the heavenly corpse pearl and the diamond sharira, he finally cultivated the first layer of the King of Light's technique. The originally somewhat restless evil aura immediately stabilized a lot, which delighted Han Li. However, he didn't dare to delay and immediately set off, heading straight for Gan family, which he had planned long ago. It turns out to be young Master Han. Unfortunately, Master has gone out early this morning to visit friends. Now the eldest master is in charge of the house. Shall I inform him? After hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said so. In that case, I'll trouble you, brother, Han Li said casually, with a slight smile. Please wait a moment, sir. I will inform him immediately. The middle-aged man nodded and bowed slightly, then closed the gate again and hurried to report the message. Han Li stood leisurely in front of the gate, looking back at the nearby mansions and passing carriages and pedestrians. Although he hadn't scanned the city with his divine sense, it was obvious that there were many cultivators in the city, and they were evenly distributed in several places in the city. There were also many high-level cultivators. This made him quite curious. He was really interested in how these cultivators integrated into the world. An hour later, the gate creaked open again. This time, a young man walked out from inside. This young man had a handsome face, dressed in a brocade robe, and standing behind him was the man who had just rushed to report the news. Are you young Master Han? I am Gan Yu. I have never heard of young Master Han as a distant relative of Gan family, but I shouldn't be too rude. If you don't mind, young Master Han, please come to the living room for a chat with me first, Gan Yu said politely after scanning Han Li up and down. It turns out to be the eldest son of Uncle Gan. Since Brother Gan said so, then I will accept your kind invitation, Han Li replied without hesitation. Gan Yu smiled slightly, stepped aside, and invited Han Li into Gan Mansion. The black gate closed silently. An hour later, the owner of Gan family, an overweight old man in his 50s wearing a blue official robe, returned to the gate of Gan Mansion in a carriage. Is there something wrong with the mansion? Gan Kai stepped down from the carriage and saw that the gatekeeper's eyes were flickering, as if wanting to say something. Sir, a young master surnamed Han claimed to be your relative and has now been invited by the eldest master to the living room. It seems that they are having a pleasant conversation. The gatekeeper immediately replied honestly. A relative surnamed Han. The old man originally wanted to stride forward to the mansion gate. His tone slightly changed as he asked with a hint of surprise. What? Is this person not Sir's relative but a fraud? Should I immediately call the authorities? The middle-aged man was startled and quickly said to please him again. Whether he is a fraud or not is hard to say. I seem to have such a distant relative. It's just been a long time and I don't remember clearly. You guard your gate well. There's no need to interfere. Gan Kai's face changed slightly, scolding the man briefly, and hurried into the mansion without even changing his clothes, heading straight for the hall. Before entering the hall, the old man, who had just walked to the entrance, heard a familiar and unusual laughter from inside. Brother Han actually understands the 4 books and 5 classics so thoroughly. I really admire it. However, about that passage of the sage's words, I think it should be interpreted like this. This was clearly the laughter of the eldest son, and it seemed that he was in a lively conversation with a guest. Upon hearing this, the old man's face darkened slightly, and his gaze flickered with some unease. However, after a moment, he gritted his teeth and walked into the hall without hesitation. "Father, is this young Master Han?" Gan Yu immediately stood up respectfully and greeted when he saw his father enter, slightly bowing. I have heard from the servant. So, sir, is the young Master Han who claims to be my distant relative. I wonder if sir has any letters or tokens with him." Gan Kai's attention was entirely on Han Li. He waved his hand slightly at his son, then glanced over Han Li and asked slowly. Han Li stood up from his seat at this moment, smiled when he heard the question. Immediately, without saying a word, he reached into his sleeve with one hand and took out a brightly glowing half-piece jade pendant, handing it over. The moment Gan Kai saw the jade pendant, his expression finally changed. He took the jade pendant solemnly, carefully examined it, and then a look of realization appeared on his face. "Indeed, you are truly a descendant of Brother Han. Come with me to the study. I want to inquire in detail about some matters concerning my late aunt." The old man grabbed Han Li's wrist, visibly excited. Immediately afterward, he led Han Li out of the hall and straight to his study. "Aunt, does Gan family have such a distant relative?" Gan Yu stood in the hall, stunned, pondering with some confusion. "Please, young Master Han." As soon as they entered the study and carefully closed the door, Gan Kai's expression changed. He respectfully bowed deeply to Han Li. "Please rise. There's no need to inquire into my background in detail. Just know that from today onward, I am the person specifically responsible for communicating with you," Han Li said calmly. With a wave of his sleeve, a green light surged out, lifting the old man automatically. Yes, the previous person responsible for liaising with Gan family disappeared without a trace 10 years ago, and we were worried something had happened. Now that young master has appeared, it couldn't be better, Gan Kai said with even more reverence, once his doubts were dispelled by Han Li's display of magic. "I am here at Gan family this time merely as a side task. In fact, there are other matters I need to attend to. I will need your assistance in your worldly capacity." Han Li nodded in satisfaction and instructed firmly, in a tone that brooked no refusal. Located outside the city of Taichang, Beilu Academy was one of the many academies in Nangyuan County, appearing rather average among them in the eyes of outsiders. If there was anything distinctive about this academy, it was the fact that it was not situated in a major city, but instead built on the renowned Yushan Mountain in Nangyuan County. Yushan Mountain was a famous spiritual mountain in Taichung Prefecture, with more than 10 peaks of varying sizes. Although not exceedingly majestic, the mountain enjoyed spring-like weather year-round and was adorned with exotic flowers. Several rare spiritual fruits could only thrive here, earning it a place among the 13 spiritual mountains of Nangyuan County. Beilu Academy was constructed on the Huanian peak of this mountain, stretching from halfway up the mountainside to its peak with extensive buildings and a considerable area that could accommodate over 1,000 people. However, considering the mountain's reputation, This lesser-known Belu Academy seemed unworthy of occupying such a site. After all, neighboring peaks were adorned with renowned temples and academies, far surpassing Belu Academy in prestige. Strangely enough, despite being established over 1,000 years ago, Belu Academy had never faced any trouble from these temples and academies. On the contrary, the monks and priests from those temples and academies treated the occasional students who entered Belu Academy, regardless of age, with utmost courtesy, a fact that had bewildered many. Another peculiarity of Belu Academy was the diversity of its students. They ranged vastly in age and social status, from only children of wealthy families to offspring of poor farmers and vendors, spanning from 6 or 7 years old to over 20. Moreover, the times when the academy admitted new students were irregular, sometimes recruiting every 3 to 4 years, and other times going 7 to 8 years without activity. Yet, very few who entered the academy were seen leaving its gates, adding an air of mystery to the place. Of course, these mysteries were only known to the local residents living at the foot of Yushin Mountain. The secular world beyond the mountain remained oblivious to these anomalies, and Belu Academy continued to be obscure throughout Nangyuan County, rarely attracting attention. On this particular day, at the foot of Huanian Peak, 2 figures slowly ascended the mountain. One was a middle-aged scholar with a dignified appearance, while the other was a young scholar in his 20s, of ordinary looks with slightly tanned skin, none other than Han Li, who had appeared in Gan Prefecture just a month ago. Han Nephew, Belu Academy concluded its student admissions 2 months ago. However, according to my friend Gan, you have some knowledge of various miscellaneous arts and are aware of the existence of cultivators. That's why I brought you here to give it a try. Whether the academy will accept you depends on your own fate. Mr. Lu De from Belu Academy and I have some connections, so I'll introduce you to him first. If he finds no issue, your stay should not be a problem, the middle-aged scholar said calmly as he strolled along with his sleeves billowing. Yes, I will follow Mr. Yan's arrangements. Uncle Gan has already mentioned this before our departure. Regardless of whether Belu Academy accepts me or not, I will always remember Uncle's kindness, Han Li replied earnestly, portraying a humble demeanor. At this moment, Han Li exuded only the cultivation level of the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refining, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to discern his true strength. When he proposed to Gan Kai, the hidden son-in-law of the Feng family of Fu, to assist him in joining a certain major sect of cultivation, regardless of whether it was Buddhist, Taoist, or Confucian, he had come up with this idea. The reason why he could make such a straightforward request was that, although Gan Kai was only an ordinary man, the Feng family had been tasked with instructions to maintain good relations with those who had entered the world of cultivation to be ready for later use. Therefore, upon hearing this request, Gan Kai was taken aback but did not feel too embarrassed. The only thing he was a little worried about was that he was afraid that Han Li would sneak into these sects and plot against them, which might lead to a problem for the Gan family. However, the business of the Gan mansion was always controlled by the Feng family in the dark. As long as Han Li took out those land contracts and documents, he could make everything in the Gan family disappear overnight. In addition, although Gan Kai knew something about cultivators, he had always felt mysterious and unpredictable about the origin and identity of the Feng family. Therefore, after Han Li calmly explained that he would not cause trouble for the Gan mansion during his infiltration into the sect, he could only act on his orders with a strong head. A few days later, after a brief meeting, Gan Kai finally selected the middle-aged scholar Yan as a bridge to lead Han Li into the book Beilu College. Was nonetheless. The reason for choosing this person was twofold. On one hand, compared to the Buddhist and Taoist sects, Beilu Academy appeared to be much more lenient in its recruitment of disciples. As long as they were not disciples of evil or demonic sects, even those with a background in other teachings were accepted as long as their background was clean. Additionally, on the other hand, in years past, Gan Kai had done a great favor for Mr. Yan, who hailed from the Confucian school and placed great importance on matters of gratitude and kindness. He would surely do his utmost to assist in this matter. Otherwise, although there were other avenues, the likelihood of success was not very high. After Han Li heard the name Beilu Academy and learned the location of Yushan Mountain, where it was situated, he secretly flew over one night to observe the spiritual veins of the mountain from afar. The results left him reasonably satisfied. Although these spiritual veins could not compare to the spiritual eyes he had set up in many caves in Tiannan, they were still good veins, much stronger than the others near Taichung City. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the frequent movement of things like spiritual eye trees, which would damage their pure spiritual energy, or the disturbance of spirituality by not being placed on spiritual veins for a long time, why bother plotting to practice in major sects? So, Han Li immediately transformed into a distant relative of Gan Kai, who had a shallow background in cultivation with spiritual roots and learned some superficial spells. He had a great desire for the path of cultivation, so he asked Gan Kai, his distant uncle, to help him see if he could continue his practice in a major sect. When Gan Kai mentioned this middle-aged Confucian scholar surnamed Yan, who was famous for teaching in a large academy in the city, this person agreed to help out of gratitude. And so, the two embarked on this journey. Well, it seems that Brother Gan has really put a lot of effort into your nephew's appearance. But that's understandable. Among ordinary people in the world, only 1 in 10,000 can have spiritual roots. Naturally, they are more favored towards you. Even I am without spiritual roots. Otherwise, I would have entered Beilu Academy long ago and endured the pain of seeking the way to immortality. The middle-aged scholar sighed with some emotion. Han Li smiled, tactfully not responding to this remark. The middle-aged scholar did not say much more, leading Han Li straight up. Just as they reached halfway up the mountain, suddenly, from another visible mountain peak, there came the clear tolling of a bell, its sound pure and resonant, invigorating to hear. The green cicada bell of Baoling Temple is indeed a rare treasure, but striking it 3 times a day might be a bit ostentatious even for the esteemed monks of Baoling Temple. The scholar paused, turning to glance at a mountain peak taller than Huanian Peak itself, shaking his head and murmuring to himself. Upon hearing that the mountain peak belonged to the Buddhist sect, Han Li's eyes flashed with insight, revealing a thoughtful expression. With his insight, this so-called treasure was nothing more than a high-level magical artifact, nothing rare. He reached back to adjust the long bundle on his back and continued to follow the scholar up the mountain. Before long, the two finally arrived at a platform halfway up the mountainside, and a bright scene unfolded before them. At the sight before them, lush greenery unfolded, with a dense bamboo forest stretching as far as the eye could see. Amidst the bamboo grove, glimpses of red walls and white buildings hinted at an elegant scenery. Several white stone paths wound through the bamboo forest, leading towards a large vermilion gate visible at the end. "Let's go. The main gate is usually closed. Follow me through the side entrance." The middle-aged scholar surveyed the bamboo forest and spoke thus. Leading Han Li, he veered off onto a small path that entered the bamboo grove. After several twists and turns, Han Li and the scholar arrived at a towering black wooden door. The scholar exhaled lightly, approached, and gently knocked on the door. The door opened soundlessly, revealing a young man in white robes. "Ah, it's Mr. Yan. Are you here to see Senior Liu?" The young man exuded spiritual energy fluctuations, indicating a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refining. Despite this, he showed utmost courtesy towards Mr. Yan, who had no visible magical power. This surprised Han Li, observing nearby. Such a scenario would never occur in Tiannan. It seemed that the Confucian school adhered strictly to its rules, allowing cultivators to defer to an ordinary person. However, this situation likely applied only to low-level cultivators. High-level ones would never behave in such a manner, thought Han Li, inwardly sneering. "Yes, I'm here to see Brother Fang. Is Senior Fang available now?" the middle-aged scholar asked calmly. "Senior Fang has a distinguished guest visiting the academy. He's currently in the study. Let me inform Mr. Yan," the young man in white robes replied after a moment's thought. "Very well, please do." Mr. Yan smiled slightly. The young man in white robes, aware of Mr. Yan's deep connection with Senior Fang despite being an ordinary person, dared not show any negligence. After politely speaking, he quickly retrieved a messaging charm, whispered a few words into it, then flicked it, transforming it into a streak of firelight shooting away into the distance, disappearing in an instant. Before long, Han Li suddenly sensed a formidable spiritual sense sweeping towards them from afar. It passed over them and quickly retracted. Han Li realized it was likely Senior Fang. Judging from the intensity of his spiritual sense, Senior Fang's cultivation was probably at the early foundation establishment stage, which was higher than Han Li had anticipated. This surprised him slightly. For Han Li, the lower senior Fang's cultivation, the better. That way, he wouldn't see through his disguise. Moments later, a faint male voice echoed in the air above where Han Li and the others stood, causing spiritual waves to tremble. Is it Brother Yan? Perfect timing. I have a distinguished guest here. Brother Yan, please come and meet us. Oh, and the young friend next to you, please join us as well. Upon hearing this, the young man in white robes dared not obstruct Han Li and the scholar any longer. Instead, he led them down a corridor. After a while and passing through several courtyard gates, Han Li faintly heard the sound of recitations, similar to those in an ordinary academy. He was slightly taken aback, his eyes flickering momentarily. Even though this place was called an academy, did these low-level cultivators not meditate and cultivate their qi? Were they really wasting most of their time on reading? This is our Beilu Academy's lower courtyard, where disciples conduct their routine noon readings. To advance to the upper courtyard, having spiritual roots and magical power alone isn't enough. One must cultivate the Confucian spirit, as most of our Confucian methods use it as a supplement. The stronger and more abundant the Confucian spirit, the faster one can progress in cultivation. The young man in white robes explained with a smile, noticing Han Li's surprise. He seemed inclined to befriend this youth, who was personally brought by the renowned Mr. Yan. I see. Han Li acknowledged the young man's goodwill with a nod and smile. The three of them passed through a large complex and took several turns before arriving at an elegant courtyard. As soon as they stepped in, the previously clear recitations disappeared entirely. The courtyard was evidently soundproofed. The middle-aged scholar showed no surprise, indicating that he had been here multiple times. The young man in white robes, however, did not dare to enter and took his leave at the courtyard entrance after bidding the two farewell. Watching the young man disappear around a corner, Mr. Yan adjusted his attire and walked slowly towards the largest room, preparing to knock. Just as he stepped forward, the previously closed door opened with a soft sound. Simultaneously, the voice of Senior Lu echoed from above once again. Mr. Yan, please come in. The Taoist nun Hua Lion from Huenking Temple is visiting. Allow me to introduce her to you. Senior Lu's voice was calm and composed, betraying no specific emotions. Huenking Temple? A trace of surprise flashed across Mr. Yan's face, but he stepped in without hesitation. Han Li naturally followed. Inside, the room was a guest hall where a man and a woman were seated as host and guest. The man, over 40, had a lean face and a three-stranded beard, exuding an air of calm and unflappability similar to Mr. Yan, but with an added sense of authority. The woman, in her 20s, had black hair and fair skin, wearing a yellow Taoist robe and holding a sparkling silver whisk. She exuded an air of grace and nobility, a Taoist nun. As soon as Mr. Yan and Han Li entered, the two inside turned their gazes towards them. So this is the famous Mr. Yan. Though I stay secluded in Huenking Temple, I've heard of your renown. The young Taoist nun greeted with a slight smile before the man resembling Senior Lu could speak. Her eyes swept over Han Li briefly and then returned. This nun, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, sat comfortably in Senior Lu's presence, indicating her significant background. Not at all. I've long heard of the renowned nuns of Huanqing Temple. Greetings, Nun Hua Lion, Mr. Yan greeted, not daring to be negligent. Greetings, seniors, Hanley stepped forward respectfully. And this young friend is? Senior Lu asked, squinting his eyes. This is my friend's distant relative, Han Li. Hearing about Beilu Academy, I brought him to see if he could qualify to join, Mr. Yan replied calmly. Oh, a friend's relative. His spiritual root seems ordinary, but we'll need to check the specifics. Han, come here, Senior Lu said, eyeing Han Li before grabbing his wrist with a cool hand. Given Han Li's strong spiritual sense, he wasn't worried about being seen through. He could easily conceal his true attributes, showing only what he wanted to. However, Han Li didn't want to draw too much attention, so he revealed his genuine spiritual root attributes, 4 roots, sufficient for the minimum entry into a cultivation sect. But he concealed his true bone age to avoid suspicion. 4 roots lacking metal, barely qualifying for the academy. You have some magical power already, practicing basic wood techniques, not evil magic. But your age is a disadvantage. Reaching Foundation establishment with this aptitude is slim. Remaining a loose cultivator might be more free, Senior Lu said, releasing Han Li's wrist. I've heard similar evaluations before, but I believe in hard work and wish to pursue cultivation further, Han Li replied earnestly. Seeing Mr. Yan, Senior Lu nodded and said, Your determination is commendable. But since you are a loose cultivator, do you have any skills in miscellaneous arts? Surprised, Han Li hadn't expected this question, but replied without hesitation. I have some basic knowledge of artifact crafting, though my skills are limited to elementary items. Feigning modesty, Han Li downplayed his skills, knowing that claiming proficiency in alchemy or formations would attract more attention. Oh, you know artifact crafting. Rare for loose cultivators due to the high costs involved, Senior Lu remarked, surprised. The nun's face showed a fleeting excitement before she spoke up. Senior Lu, if Han knows artifact crafting, there's no need to borrow an artifact craftsman from the academy. Since he hasn't joined yet, may I bring him to Huanqing Temple? Mr. Yan and Han Li were taken aback, stunned by the sudden proposal. That's not appropriate. Huanqing Temple is a female temple. How can Han join? Mr. Yan protested. Huanqing Temple accepts male residents who live outside the temple. You might not be aware, the nun explained with a light laugh. Mr. Yan wasn't aware, but Han wishes to join Beilu Academy, not your temple, Mr. Yan insisted, clearly concerned about Han Li's admission. Even in the academy, Han would remain a regular disciple with little prospects. But in Huanqing Temple, we need an artifact craftsman. If Han joins, I can help advance his artifact crafting and provide additional support in cultivation, the nun offered. What do you think, Brother Lu? Mr. Yan asked, turning to Senior Lu. Han hasn't joined the academy yet. It's his decision. But as the nun said, his prospects here are limited, and Huanking Temple's offer is good, Senior Lu said evenly. All eyes turned to Han Li. Some worried, some curious, others excited. For Han Li, suddenly disrupting his plans to join an unknown sect was certainly less suitable than staying at the Beilu Academy. However, given the excellent terms offered by the female cultivator in front of him, rejecting her outright as a rogue cultivator and insisting on joining Beilu Academy would surely arouse suspicion from Mr. Lu. Naturally, Han Li inwardly rolled his eyes and silently cursed the Hua Lion immortal ant for interfering. To be honest with Senior Hua Lion, I don't know much about the Huanking Temple. But since it's a temple for female cultivators, its techniques and training methods might not be suitable for male cultivators like me. Han Li quickly thought and finally found a barely reasonable excuse. Oh, so that's what you're worried about. There's no need to worry about that. Our Huanking Temple is just a branch of the 3 emperors' temples. The other branches, Huangyang Temple and Huangsheng Temple, are led by male cultivators. There's no lack of cultivation techniques for men. Also, you don't possess innate righteous energy, so joining the Beilu Academy would require cultivating this energy from scratch, which is even harder compared to our cultivation methods. Of course, if you master Confucian techniques, the assistance of righteous energy makes the magical powers incomparable to common Taoist techniques. However, for you, it's too early to discuss this. Could it be that you really look down on our temple? Hua Lion Taoist Ant smiled slightly, speaking unhurriedly, but without any disrespect towards Confucian techniques. Hua Lion's words make sense. Our Confucian techniques do require more time in the early stages compared to Taoist and Buddhist methods. With your conditions, it would indeed be more suitable to join the Huanking Temple. Since Hua Lion has agreed to look after you, your chances of building a foundation there aren't slim. Mr. Lu also spoke calmly. Hearing these words, Han Li felt speechless. It seemed inevitable to change his original goal. Persisting further would only arouse suspicion from Mr. Lu. Fortunately, Huanking Temple was also within the Yushan Mountain's spiritual veins, so being extra cautious should prevent any issues. With this thought, Han Li could only resign himself to bad luck, feigning slight excitement on the surface. Since both seniors suggest it, it must be the right choice. I will follow your arrangements. Seeing Han Li's sensible response, the young Taoist ant was finally satisfied, and Mr. Lu merely smiled without speaking. Although the scholar surnamed Yan preferred Han Li to join the Confucian sect, seeing Han Li himself did not oppose the arrangement, he couldn't say anything further. With Han Li's matter settled, Mr. Lu and the Taoist ant started chatting. Surprisingly, their conversation wasn't about cultivation or strange happenings in the cultivation world, but about the gains and losses in the current Jin dynasty's politics, leaving Han Li puzzled. Confucians discussing politics was understandable, given their focus on worldly matters. But a Taoist nun from Huanqing Temple discussing these matters so calmly surprised Han Li. Could it be that Huanqing Temple, like the Confucians, was also a worldly cultivation sect? Han Li couldn't help but wonder. The three were chatting happily in the hall when footsteps were heard from outside, followed by a somewhat childish voice. Reporting to the Grandmaster, the disciple has brought the purple refined copper as ordered. Oh, bring it in, Mr. Liu replied without hesitation. Purple refined copper? Han Li's heart stirred. This material was excellent for refining high-grade artifacts and even treasures. It might not be a precious item to him, but to the two in front of him, it was undoubtedly rare. While thinking, the door opened, and an 11 or 12-year-old boy with fair skin walked in, carrying a large red tray. The tray was covered with a silver brocade, bulging as if filled with something. The boy respectfully placed the tray on the table between Hua Lion and Mr. Liu, then stepped back and stood with hands folded. You may leave. We don't need you here now. Mr. Liu glanced at the boy and ordered indifferently. The boy immediately complied, bowing deeply before retreating out of the room. Mr. Liu then pushed the tray towards the Taoist ant without looking at it. Hua Lion, here is the purple refined copper you requested. Please keep it safe. Your sect seems determined to refine an important treasure this time, considering the materials you've been gathering. I wonder if it's for a high-grade artifact or a treasure. Mr. Liu smiled, speaking casually. I'm not sure about the specifics of refining. I'm just following the orders of my fourth senior uncle. If you're curious, you might ask her directly, and I'm sure she'll tell you. The Taoist ant hesitated for a moment before apologetically replying. No need to trouble her. I was just asking casually. Mr. Liu's expression changed slightly at the mention of the fourth senior uncle, but he quickly laughed it off. Hua Lion smiled, using her slender fingers to lift the brocade, revealing a pile of purple copper ore. Seeing the tray full of refined purple copper, the Taoist ant smiled slightly, thanked Mr. Liu, and used a storage pouch to sweep the materials into it, carefully storing them away. Having achieved her goal, the young Taoist ant chatted with Mr. Liu for a while longer before finally taking her leave. Mr. Liu didn't urge her to stay and summoned a boy to lead her out of the academy. Naturally, Han Li also bid the two farewell and followed her out. Their departure left the hall quiet. Mr. Yan and Mr. Liu sat silently, exchanging no words. Mr. Yan, in particular, seemed deep in thought, his expression uncertain. Are you ready? To deal with Niu Tian, I need to master the devouring true unity technique with your help. Only then will I have a 70–80% chance of killing him. Everything is ready now, and I hope you won't hesitate to risk your life at the last moment. Mr. Liu finally broke the silence, his voice low and emotionless. HMPH, to avenge my family's extermination, I won't hesitate to sacrifice this body. My only worry is that after achieving great power, you might fear that old demon and refuse to confront him, making my sacrifice in vain. Mr. Yan's face darkened, speaking coldly. Heh, why such lack of faith in me? Didn't I say that once you help me master this technique, your righteous energy will be transferred to me, along with your grievances? As long as I don't eliminate Niu Tian, I won't be able to fully integrate this energy. I assure you I will keep my promise to kill him. Besides, who else could help you avenge him without fearing the Black Sun sect's retribution? Mr. Lu spoke calmly, unfazed. You're right. Over the years, I have sought out several cultivators. While you might not be the most powerful, you're the only one willing to help me and confront a Black Sun sect demon cultivator. Others either can't or won't risk provoking one of the top 10 demonic sects for a mere mortal like me. Mr. Yan clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. That's only natural. Niu Tian, as a Black Sun sect enforcer, is feared by small sects. Our Confucian sect, inherently opposed to demonic cultivators, has no such concerns. Besides, to show my sincerity, I have fulfilled almost all your requests over the past 5 years, demonstrating my commitment. Mr. Lu sighed and said a few more words. Mr. Yan, still expressionless, stared coldly at Mr. Lu, remaining silent. All right, to reassure you, I will swear an oath of the heart before the sage's statue. If I fail to fulfill my promise, my righteous energy will never progress, Mr. Lu finally said, seeing Mr. Yan's continued hesitation. Good, that will suffice. I will not hesitate to sacrifice this body to help you master the technique. It's not that I don't trust you, but as the sole survivor of my family, I must be cautious. Mr. Yan sighed, his face twitching with emotion. I understand your difficulties. We'll start the cultivation in a month. Use this time to settle your affairs before coming to the academy. Mr. Lu waved his hand, speaking calmly. Mr. Yan nodded, and the room fell silent again. By the way, why did the Huanqing Temple people insist on taking that Han boy? Couldn't they find a refining disciple in the academy? Mr. Yan suddenly asked about Han Li. I just went along with it. The treasure they're refining seems significant, and they lack sufficient refining disciples. Although they could borrow disciples from our academy, they wouldn't feel secure and would take extra precautions. Now that Han Li, who knows some refining, appeared without joining any academy, they naturally recruited him to use directly, Mr. Lu explained casually. Hearing this, Mr. Yan finally felt relieved. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain to his old friend. This is Elder Wei, one of the 2 artifact refiners in our Sanwang Temple. For now, you will assist Elder Wei and learn the art of refining artifacts. Don't worry, you won't actually become an artifact refiner. Our temple doesn't have the resources to cultivate a full-time refiner. We just need some temporary help for refining a significant treasure. If you perform well during this period, in 2 or 3 years, I will reward you with spiritual pills and personally guide you in your cultivation. I won't go back on my promise. These words were spoken to Han Li by Fairy Hua Lion, who was standing in the middle of a secret room cluttered with various materials. Beside her stood another person, a red-faced elder who appeared to be in his 50s and seemed to be at the early foundation establishment stage. He scrutinized Han Li with a frown. At this moment, Han Li could only nod repeatedly in agreement. Taoist Hua Lion, does this nephew really understand artifact refining? His age and cultivation are quite low. Weren't you supposed to find a suitable helper from the Bai Lu Academy for me? The elder said unhappily. This treasure we're refining is of utmost importance. It's best not to involve other sects. Although nephew Han's cultivation and experience are shallow, with a bit of guidance from Elder Wei, he should be able to handle tasks like refining materials, Fairy Hua Lion replied with a smile. But even refining materials requires a certain talent. Otherwise, it would just waste the raw materials. However, since you say so, let's give this young man a try, the elder reluctantly agreed. Don't worry, my judgment isn't that poor. Although nephew Han's cultivation is not high, his mana is exceptionally pure, which is crucial for controlling mana and refining artifacts. The fairy smiled sweetly. Oh, I see. He does have some potential then. It seems you didn't bring just anyone. Elder Wei reevaluated Han Li with a look of surprise. I've brought the person you need. Now we must speed up the refining process. Our progress is already behind compared to the other two sects. We can't afford any delays. Otherwise, we'll both be held accountable. I'll take my leave now, Fairy Hua Lion reminded as she prepared to leave. Don't worry. As long as this young man is useful, we won't fall behind, the red-faced elder assured as he saw her off. Only Han Li and the elder remained in the secret room. You heard what was said. Regardless of your interest or talent in artifact refining, I will teach you the basics for a month. Then I'll assign tasks to you. As long as you complete them on time each month, you can use the rest of your time as you wish. If you can't complete the tasks, you'll have to leave, and I'll find someone else, Elder Wei said bluntly. Yes, I will do my best, Han Li responded calmly. Of course, being a disciple in the artifact refining hall has its benefits. You can use some of the hall's tools and the ground fire pool for free, and the monthly spirit stones you receive are more than those given to other hall disciples. Now, follow me to meet the other disciples. You may need to cooperate with them on some tasks, the elder said, his tone softening slightly. He then led Han Li out of the secret room. After meeting the other 3 low-level disciples, Han Li was given a place to stay, marking the beginning of his life at the Huanqing Temple. The so-called artifact refining hall was actually a separate courtyard built halfway up the mountain where Huanqing Temple was located. It wasn't large, consisting of a main hall with a ground fire furnace, a few refining rooms, and some caves where the disciples lived. Aside from the red-faced elder, there were 2 middle-aged cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of the qi refining stage who assisted him. The rest were Han Li and 3 other disciples. Despite its small size, The hall was more than adequate for the few people living there. However, many disciples from Huanking Temple frequently visited the hall to rent refining rooms or request various artifacts. Since it was a female-dominated temple, most of these disciples were women, many of whom were young, beautiful, and elegant. Han Li observed that the 3 male disciples were so enamored with these women that they neglected their own cultivation, focusing solely on refining artifacts to please them. Occasionally, male disciples from other departments would come by, but they were mostly outer disciples doing miscellaneous tasks like studying formations or refining pills. The female disciples, however, only needed to focus on their cultivation. Han Li, noticing this, didn't interfere and continued his own tasks. While the other 3 handled requests from visiting disciples, Han Li was tasked with learning to refine and purify materials. The elder would spend an hour each day teaching Han Li the basics of artifact refining, sometimes even demonstrating techniques. Initially, Han Li thought he wouldn't learn much from a foundation establishment stage refiner, but he was soon astonished by the elder's profound knowledge and skills. The elder was well-versed in various refining techniques, including many rare and ancient methods. This greatly expanded Han Li's understanding and knowledge. Realizing the value of this opportunity, Han Li focused on mastering the elder's teachings while continuing his own cultivation. Over the next month, Han Li not only learned many techniques for refining materials, but also gained insights into unique refining methods. He planned to use this knowledge to enhance his future artifact refining, including his plans for the 7 Flames fan and other projects. After the month ended, Han Li was given a series of material refining tasks, which he completed with ease. The rest of his time was devoted to his cultivation. During these months, Elder Wei became increasingly busy, often disappearing into the ground fire hall to work on something important. Fairy Hua Lion visited several times, each time discussing something with the elder in private. Despite his curiosity, Han Li focused on his cultivation, refraining from using his spiritual sense to eavesdrop on their conversations. One day, while meditating in his cave, Han Li's body was covered in a faint golden light, trembling slightly. His skin was marked with tiny blood vessels and bulging veins, and lumps the size of eggs moved under his skin. With each tremble, Han Li's face contorted in pain, sweat pouring from his forehead, soaking his clothes. After a long time, the golden light slowly faded. Han Li let out a long breath, collected his mana, and resumed his normal meditative posture. The abnormalities on his body quickly disappeared, returning to normal. As the intense heat gradually dissipated within his body, Han Li opened his tightly shut eyes, his gaze full of contemplation. The Ming Wang technique was extraordinarily domineering. Even with his body, which had once condensed a nascent soul and undergone marrow washing, he could barely withstand the excruciating pain of the body tempering. This not only frustrated Han Li, but also filled him with some doubts. Senior, is there really no problem with continuing to practice the Ming Wang technique? Even the incantations of the second level are already so painful. I can't believe that all the bald-headed monks of the Buddhist sect start practicing this technique only after reaching the nascent soul stage. If that were the case, by the time they perfected this technique, their lifespan would already be nearing its end. However, it's hard for someone at the core formation stage to endure such torment. And this pain is not just physical, but can be clearly sensed by the consciousness as well. Han Li suddenly asked the great Yan god, "What's so strange about that? Since the Buddhist sect can modify the demonic clan's techniques to this extent, they naturally have methods or instruments to reduce the pain of practicing. After all, Buddhist techniques are particularly known for enduring pain. Moreover, if the practitioner's willpower is strong enough, it's not impossible to practice the Ming Wang technique while at the core formation stage. This technique's dominance is relative to us humans. It was originally meant for the demonic and ancient devil clans, whose bodies are incredibly strong and wouldn't care about such pain. The great Yan god replied lazily. I see, that makes sense. It's a pity we don't have time to practice other Buddhist techniques. We'll just have to barely continue like this. For now, I can still endure it, Han Li said with a wry smile after furrowing his brow. Then he raised his hand, pulled back his sleeve, and suddenly extended a bare arm. Han Li squinted at the surface of his arm, his pupils flashing blue light. After a full cup of tea's time, Han Li finally extended a finger and pressed it against the skin of his arm, then lowered his arm. Although the suffering is significant, the Ming Wang technique has its unique advantages in body tempering, far surpassing any other body refining techniques I know. Even in this short time of practice, I can feel the astonishing changes in my body, Han Li muttered to himself. After sitting quietly for a while, Han Li stood up and left the secret room, heading slowly towards the Earth Fire Hall. A few days ago, while refining some materials and combining the refining techniques explained by the elder surnamed Wei, Han Li had finally comprehended a new artifact refining technique. So, using the power of the earth fire every noon, he had been re-refining the crystalline demon core needles he had nearly completed to further enhance their power. As Han Li approached the main hall, a commotion suddenly came from the direction of the main gate. Han Li was taken aback and looked over. A group of 8 or 9 people was walking towards the gate, led by the 3 other disciples of the artifact refining hall. Following them were several young male and female cultivators, led by a 16 or 17-year-old girl in a green palace gown, who was beautiful and elegant, her eyes full of curiosity. The cultivation levels of these people were not low considering their age, most of them at the 8th or 9th level of the qi refining stage. The girl in the palace gown had the highest cultivation, at the 10th level of the qi refining stage. As Han Li glanced over, he immediately recognized that these young cultivators must be of unusual status. Almost all of them had bulging storage bags at their waists, and 2 or 3 of them even had specialized spirit beast bags. Meanwhile, the 3 disciples of the artifact refining hall were all smiles, trying their best to please, afraid of offending any of them. Han Li's eyes flashed, and he turned, intending to enter the Earth Fire Hall without drawing attention. However, at that moment, one of the 3 disciples, the one surnamed Gao with the highest cultivation and the greatest hostility towards Han Li, suddenly saw Han Li's back and shouted, "Junior brother Han, come here for a moment. Princess Lu Ziu needs to refine a magic tool, and some materials require special refinement. You can assist in completing it. This is a direct order from the 4th Master and must not be delayed." Princess, Han Li was slightly surprised to hear this, and even more so when he heard it was the 4th Master's order. He stopped and turned back. Having stayed here for some time, Han Li had learned a bit about the high-ranking cultivators of the Huanqing Temple. The temple nominally had 4 masters, all at the core formation stage. However, there was also a Tianqing Institute within the temple, said to house the only nascent soul stage cultivator of the temple. Among these 4 masters, the 4th master had the latest advancement to the core formation stage, but his cultivation technique was said to be extremely unique, making his abilities the greatest among the 4, and he was quite famous throughout Nan County. Even Mr. Liu from Bai Lu Academy turned pale at the mention of his name. However, Han Li had not had the chance to meet any of these masters yet. "Since it's an order from the 4th master, I will naturally do my best to assist," Han Li said, keeping his expression neutral as he walked over, casually observing the young cultivators. "You can refine materials. Your cultivation level is too low. Princess Lu Ziu wants to refine the very rare blood silk silver. If you ruin the materials, can you bear the responsibility?" One of the young men in a blue brocade robe said disdainfully after glancing at Han Li and seeing that his cultivation was only at the 3rd or 4th level of the qi refining stage. The girl in the palace gown, presumably Princess Lu Ziu, just smiled slightly, her eyes also showing some doubt. "Blood silk silver is indeed a rare material. I can't guarantee success. How about you find someone else more skilled?" Han Li replied calmly, showing no signs of anger. The young cultivators were taken aback by Han Li's response, momentarily unsure how to respond. "HMPH, isn't there a highly skilled refiner here? Why not have him refine the materials for the princess?" Another young man with handsome features said discontentedly. "Master Wei is currently busy refining a significant treasure and has been in seclusion for several days. He can't be disturbed to refine materials for the princess," one of the artifact refining hall disciples explained, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. "It won't take long to refine my materials. Can't you just ask Master Wei to come out for a moment? Even in the palace, I have heard of Master Wei's great reputation and would like to see him in person," Princess Lu Ziu said softly, displaying a serene demeanor that made the disciples feel honored. Han Li's eyebrow twitched slightly. This young woman seemed polite, but he caught a fleeting glint of cunning in her eyes, making him inwardly sneer. He remained silent, knowing the disciples were being swayed by her soft words. One of the disciples, tempted by her request, foolishly agreed to inform the elder, despite the explicit instructions to avoid disturbing him unless absolutely necessary. Hanley sighed inwardly, knowing this would lead to trouble. Sure enough, the disciple returned shortly, his face ashen, and said, "Princess, Master Wei is really unable to assist right now. We'll have to let junior brother Han try." Can't the famous artifact refining hall manage to refine some materials? Asked another young woman in the group, with a beauty mark adding to her charm. To be honest, we can handle ordinary materials, but blood silk silver is rare and requires special techniques that only junior brother Han has learned. We primarily focus on crafting common magic tools, the disciple surnamed Gao explained awkwardly. This is troublesome. We came with Lady Yu and can't stay long. If we miss this chance, who knows when we'll find another refiner for blood silk silver. It seems we must trouble this senior brother, Princess Lu Ziu said with a charming smile directed at Han Li. Very well, as long as the princess is willing to take the risk. I will do my best, Han Li replied calmly. Don't worry, senior brother, just do your best. If it doesn't work out, it just means my opportunity hasn't arrived yet. We'll find more materials later, the princess reassured with a smile. Seeing her so accommodating, Han Li nodded. He then looked at the large group and frowned slightly, saying, I can't refine materials with so many people watching. It might lower the success rate. That's fine, just let me stay and observe. The others can wait outside or have these 3 senior brothers show them around the hall, the princess suggested. Although the young cultivators seemed reluctant, they didn't object. With that, Han Li led the way to the Earth-Fire Hall, while the others, under the princess's gaze, stayed behind. The Earth-Fire Hall, as the most important building of the refining hall, although not very large in area, only about 100 zhang wide, is divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. The upper level is where materials are stored. The middle level is connected to the earth fire, used for refining materials and crafting low-grade spiritual artifacts, while the lower level is dug 20 to 30 zhang deep underground, specifically used for refining high-grade spiritual artifacts with the essence of earth fire from the earth fire pool. Han Li usually refines materials in a secret room on the middle level. Taking the Green Sleeve County Lord with him, Han Li walked unhurriedly into this secret room. The secret room appeared a bit messy, and he began tidying up on his own. This is where senior brother refines items. The young girl curiously looked around the not-so-large secret room, especially interested in the large cauldron in the center of the room and the 8 gourd-like instruments distributed around it. It seemed to be her first time seeing such a refining setup. What, has the county lord never refined artifacts before? Han Li raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, I've been cultivating under Aunt Jade's guidance since I was young. Where would I have had the time to learn artifact refining? I usually just cultivate at the mansion, the girl in palace attire said with a smile, patting the cauldron's ear. At the mansion. Is the mansion built on a spiritual vein? Hanley asked casually while cleaning up the remnants of materials in the cauldron. Ah, so senior brother doesn't know my true identity. You didn't really think I was a county lord of some prince of the great Jinn, did you? The girl was taken aback, then suddenly smiled, her red lips curling up. I'm always ignorant of worldly matters, so I'm not clear about the county lord's true identity, Han Lee said with a laugh, feeling a bit moved. Ignorant? Hee, that's great. I don't have to keep up the pretense of being a county lord then. Actually, I've never met the current emperor of Great Jin, and I only have a slight connection with the royal family. I used to cultivate in a cave with my master in the mountains, and I've never been to any prince's mansion, the girl said with a mischievous smile, her demeanor suddenly changing from a graceful young lady to a playful, spirited girl. Not part of the royal family. Han Lee was a bit surprised, unsure if he was more shocked by the girl's sudden change or by the content of her words. What surprised? The title of county lord is real. It was personally granted by the current emperor. If not for Aunt Jade insisting that I maintain the royal family's dignity, I wouldn't bother with such pretenses. On the way here, I got entangled with those people and had to speak slowly and cautiously every day, which was really boring. Now that it's just us here, I can finally relax. Senior brother, you won't be so indiscreet as to spread this around, will you? The girl sat down on the only chair in the secret room, tilting her head and smiling. Well, I'll just go along with the county lord's wishes. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. But your grandfather must be someone extraordinary, Han Lee said with a few coughs, feeling a bit helpless. Have you heard of the 4 great wandering cultivators of Great Jin? My grandfather is one of them, the girl said proudly, without any intention of hiding it. The 4 great wandering cultivators. Even if I'm ignorant, how could I not have heard of them? So the county lord is the descendant of a great figure. I'm truly honored. This status is certainly not inferior to that of a county lord. Your future must be bright, Han Lee said, his face changing slightly and feeling genuinely surprised. Han Lee had heard about these 4 great wandering cultivators from Cao Mengrong. They included both late and mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, each possessing incredible powers far beyond ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Really, almost everyone who knows my grandfather's name says that to me. It must be true, the girl said, unceremoniously accepting Han Lee's compliment. Han Lee touched his nose, feeling a bit troubled. He stopped paying attention to the girl, made a gesture with his hands, and several incantations hit the large cauldron. The cauldron buzzed and slowly floated up, surrounded by red light. The girl, not hiding her curiosity, watched Han Lee's actions with wide, sparkling eyes. Take out the materials, Han Lee said to the girl after the cauldron was fully activated. Here you go, but remember, what I said outside doesn't count, it was just polite talk. If you ruin the blood silk silver I painstakingly found, you must compensate me, the girl said with a mischievous smile, taking out a fist-sized piece of material from her waist storage bag and throwing it over. The material, silver with countless blood-like streaks, looked like an ordinary silver ore. Seeing this rare material and hearing the girl's playful words, Han Li could only roll his eyes. Such a rare material, not to mention a chi refining stage disciple, even a foundation establishment stage cultivator might not be able to get a piece. If he were truly a chi refining stage cultivator, how could he afford to compensate? Han Li said no more, threw the material into the cauldron along with several auxiliary materials, and then sat cross-legged on the ground. He slapped a talisman onto himself, and a layer of light blue shield appeared around him as he began chanting. The 8 gourd-shaped instruments on the ground glowed, and red beams of light shot from their mouths, striking the lower part of the cauldron. The room was instantly filled with intense heat. While Han Li was busy refining the blood silk silver, in a secluded pavilion at the top of the mountain, an elderly, cold-faced Taoist nun and a middle-aged, beautiful woman were talking seriously. The time is almost up. For this plan, our royal family has been preparing for over 400 years. It took the efforts of 7 or 8 generations of emperors to keep it a secret. But if we fail to obtain those 2 treasures, our entire royal family will face great calamity. Although we've hidden considerable strength over the years, we're still no match for the major sects if it comes to a confrontation. The Confucian scholars, despite their talk of upholding the royal authority, would be the first to turn against us if their interests were threatened. I always feel like our Yi family is playing with fire, the Taoist nun said heavily. Aunt, we are well aware of this. But this is also the best chance for our Yi family to break free from the grip of other powers. Don't forget how our 7th great uncle and others fell. As soon as our royal family showed a bit of strength, the major powers immediately joined forces, attacking them openly and covertly. If we don't break this cycle, our Yi family may seem like the foremost clan in the cultivation world, but we're actually just a sacrificial pawn for their compromise. If the legends are true and we obtain those 2 spirit treasures, along with the strength we've cultivated, the other powers will hesitate to move against us. The beautiful woman sighed and said slowly, HMPH, though the legends speak of the heaven-reaching spirit treasure's incredible power, I still find it hard to believe that just 2 treasures could change the balance and put us on equal footing with the major powers. I'm afraid it might backfire, attracting the covetous eyes of others and bringing disaster. Don't forget, even with the heaven-reaching spirit treasures, those powers have beings of that level behind them. Even if there are only a few, just one appearing would be enough to destroy our Yi family, the Taoist nun said with a flash of fear in her eyes. Existences at the divine transformation stage are indeed invincible in our world. Even if our 3rd uncles hold the heaven-reaching spirit treasures, they could at best protect themselves against such beings. But we needn't worry too much about that. Our Yi family started secretly investigating these ancient monsters 100 years ago. After extensive research and analysis, we believe that in the past 2,000 years of Great Jin, There have been very few who reached the divine transformation stage or had the potential to do so. Most who remained in the mortal realm paid a great price, unable to act easily. This makes them not as invincible as rumored. Moreover, these ancient monsters are unlikely to intervene in the rise and fall of a faction, the middle-aged woman said seriously. How do you know all this? Don't tell me it's based on speculation or hearsay. Many have tried to uncover the secrets of divine transformation stage cultivators, but failed. How could you be so confident after only 100 years? Do you think I'm so old and easy to fool? What else are you hiding? The elderly Taoist nun's face turned cold. Elder, since when did the Yi family add another elder? Is this person a rogue cultivator or from a particular sect? Could there be any issues? The Taoist nun was suddenly taken aback and asked urgently. Don't worry, Aunt. This person isn't a cultivator from Great Jin. He is a rogue cultivator from the Tianlin grassland. His abilities are quite remarkable, and we have already investigated his background thoroughly. There are absolutely no problems with his origins. The Tianlin grassland does indeed have such a cultivator. He offended the Tianlin Holy Hall and had to flee to avoid trouble. Moreover, the core matters of our family have not been disclosed to him, the beautiful woman said confidently. Oh, that sounds reasonable. Although I do not support your subsequent plans, since the other elders have approved of this plan and it has already been put into action, those 2 heaven-reaching spirit treasures must be obtained. As for what comes next, we can only take one step at a time. In the future, you must be even more careful. The major sects have extremely keen senses. Any significant movement will attract their attention. Make sure no information leaks out, the elderly Taoist nun warned. Aunt, we might have already aroused the suspicion of some attentive individuals. A few days ago, the major sect sent several more cultivators to the capital, the beautiful woman said with a wry smile, somewhat helplessly. Did they increase the number of nascent soul stage cultivators, too? The Taoist nun's expression turned serious, and she asked with a darkened face. No, the additional cultivators are all at the core formation stage. The number of nascent soul stage cultivators remains the same, with only a few stationed here as usual. The beautiful woman shook her head. That's good. It seems they only have some suspicions and haven't discovered anything substantial. The announcement from the 3 imperial observatories about crafting a great treasure has already drawn a lot of attention. Otherwise, you would definitely be under greater pressure. The elderly Taoist nun's expression eased up. Aunt, your guidance is correct. However, although the 3 imperial observatories' announcement is just bait, if the replica of that spiritual treasure can truly be crafted successfully, it would significantly enhance our strength. If possible, we should still strive to complete this treasure, the beautiful woman added after some thought. I am well aware of that. The Pingshan seal is a mountain-opening treasure. Even its replica is extraordinary. If crafted successfully, it would be equivalent to gaining an additional late nascent soul stage cultivator. I will do my utmost. But what about your second uncle's plan to recruit high-level rogue cultivators? How is that progressing? The elderly Taoist nun shifted the topic, showing concern for another matter. The recruitment of rogue cultivators has been in progress for a long time. 2 of the 4 great rogue cultivators have already agreed to serve our royal family. The other 2 are elusive, making it impossible to contact them, let alone recruit them. However, Wang of the Western Hills and the Lord of the 10,000 Demons Valley, Bear Master, are willing to see our royal family emerge independently and no longer under the control of the major sects. They have promised to assist us when the time comes. Additionally, there are several small sects that have shown goodwill towards us. The beautiful woman continued to detail their discussions with various factions. Meanwhile, in the Earthfire Hall, the Greensleeve County Lord was staring wide-eyed at a chicken egg-sized piece of silver metal. Interwoven with silver and blood-red light, her face full of joy. Senior Brother Han, I didn't expect you to really refine this blood silk silver, and it seems to be of very high purity. It appears that Elder Wei's reputation is well-deserved. Even his disciples possess such exquisite refining skills. I have visited several artifact shops in various markets, and none of their artifact refiners were confident in refining this material, the palace-attired girl said with a cheerful smile, playing with the refined material in her hand. Naturally, what Elder Wei teaches is not something ordinary artifact refiners can compare with. Moreover, I am not actually Elder Wei's disciple. I am merely helping out in the refining hall temporarily. Once my time here is up, I will return to my cultivation. My current refining skills are just something I picked up along the way, Han Li said calmly with a faint smile. Is that so? That's a pity. You seem to have quite a talent for artifact refining if you could refine the blood silk silver, the girl said regretfully upon hearing Han Li's words. Since I have completed the refinement of the blood silk silver for the county lord, I have other matters to attend to. I will take my leave now. Han Li began packing up his tools, preparing to leave. Don't be in such a hurry. Am I so unattractive that you are eager to leave? Besides, who said I only had one material to refine? I have another material that needs some processing. Initially, I didn't know your refining skills, so I didn't dare to bring it out. But now, I have complete confidence in you, the girl said with a mischievous smile, taking out a jade box about a foot long from her storage bag and tossing it to Han Li. Han Li felt a headache coming on. Another material? County Lord, you overestimate me. Refining the blood silk silver has already exhausted me. I am afraid I don't have the energy to process another material, Han Li said with a bitter smile, weighing the jade box in his hand without opening it. This one doesn't need refining, just a bit of processing to preserve its spiritual essence. But first, let me be clear. You must not tell anyone else about this material. It's something I obtained with great difficulty, and there are very few like it in the world, the palace-attired girl said with a hint of mystery. What kind of material is so rare? Han Li was curious. He opened the box casually. Before he could see what was inside, a blinding red light burst out from the box, dazzling Han Li's eyes. Han Li was startled and instinctively activated his bright sight spell. causing his eyes to flash with a blue light. "Hey, your eyes, this is." The girl and Han Li exclaimed simultaneously, both filled with astonishment. Inside the box was a half-foot-long feather, crystalline and translucent, glowing red as if it were made of pure flame. A feather of the Haiyang bird. "No, it seems different," Han Li muttered, staring at the feather in the box. "What Haiyang bird? This is a feather from the tail of a black phoenix. My grandfather took me overseas to visit a powerful senior years ago, and I secretly plucked this while his spirit bird was asleep. The silly bird was fast asleep and didn't wake up at all. By the way, what's with your eyes? They glowed blue just now. Is that some kind of spell?" The girl chattered on, her eyes sparkling as she kept glancing at Han Li's eyes as if trying to see something special. But Han Li, sensing the oddity, had already concealed his bright sight's power, making it impossible for her to see anything unusual. He kept staring at the feather, conversing with the great eye god in his mind. A tail feather of the black phoenix. If I remember correctly, this bird is on par with the Haiyang bird in terms of fire attributes. Can its feather replace the Haiyang bird's feather? Han Li asked seriously. The black phoenix is said to be a branch of the fire phoenix. It's surprising that such a spirit bird's bloodline has been passed down from ancient times. Unfortunately, the two materials cannot replace each other. However, if slightly modified and incorporating this feather, it could significantly enhance the power of your three flames fan. But this particular feather has lost much of its spiritual essence, making it unsuitable as a material. Strange, I didn't hear about any old monsters tamming such a spirit bird when I roamed Great Jin years ago, the great eye god replied, astonished and then regretful. I see, Han Li sighed, disappointed. At this time, the palace-attired girl was still staring at him expectantly, clearly very interested in why his eyes glowed blue. Seeing her eager expression, Han Li touched his nose, smiling wryly. The blue glow in my eyes was due to a special kind of spiritual water I used to cleanse them. It's a minor technique for low-level cultivators like myself, just to clear my vision a bit. Nothing worth mentioning, Han Li explained calmly. What kind of spiritual water? Do you still have some? Can you give me a bottle? The girl asked excitedly. This spiritual water is only effective when freshly prepared. I used up all that I had long ago, so I am afraid I can't help you, Han Li said with a look of regret. Are you telling the truth? You aren't just trying to fool me because I'm young, are you? The girl narrowed her eyes, looking skeptical. Every word I said is true. How could I deceive the county lord? Han Li replied earnestly. However, I do have something else that might interest you. What is it? You aren't eyeing my black phoenix feather, are you? The girl chuckled, her eyes flashing with a sly look. A treasure of such rarity is beyond the reach of a mere chi-refining stage cultivator like myself. I only wish to confirm something with you. I need the county lord's verification, Han Li said with a bitter smile, closing the box. Confirmation. That's easy. No need for any exchange. Just help me process this black phoenix feather and you can ask whatever you want. As long as I know, I will tell you, the girl said cheerfully. Deal, Han Li agreed after a moment of thought, nodding. An hour later, when the young lady in palace attire gracefully walked out of the Earthfire Hall, the men and women who had come with her were already growing impatient, waiting outside. The 3 disciples from the artifact refining hall stood respectfully to the side. These male and female cultivators had significant backgrounds, and the low-ranking disciples dared not show any neglect. As soon as they saw the graceful young lady come out, the young men eagerly surrounded her. Princess, how did it go? Did that guy ruin the blood silk silver? They all asked with great enthusiasm. No problem. Seeing this scene, Han Li, who was just walking out of the Earthfire Hall, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Hee, Han Kid, you're really cunning, indirectly getting the origin of the Black Phoenix plume from such a little girl. So, are you really planning to go there and target the Island Lord's Black Phoenix? Of course. Since I know a way to enhance the power of the 3-flame fan, I have to try it. If all the rare materials and effort I spent can't achieve satisfactory power, it would all be in vain. After all, ordinary ancient treasures don't have much effect against mid to late nascent soul stage cultivators. Let's go. While they stay at Huenking Temple for a few days, I'll just stay in the secret chamber. This way, I won't be disturbed by these people, delaying my cultivation. Han Li said calmly, then quietly slipped out of the Earthfire Hall and headed to his residence. For the next 2 days, the young lady in palace attire secretly came to find Han Li again, hoping he would refine something for her. But Han Li had already posted a closed-door cultivation sign and activated a simple restriction at the door. The young lady could only pout and reluctantly leave after circling his residence. After 2 days, these young men and women finally left Huenking Temple with the beautiful woman, and the artifact refining hall returned to normal. Han Li occasionally came out to refine materials and completed his monthly tasks on time. The rest of the time, he focused on cultivating the Ming Wang art. Months passed by. Due to Han Li's punctual completion of refinement tasks, Elder Wei grew more appreciative of him. He even took time to teach Han Li some special techniques for refining materials and gradually entrusted him with refining rare materials. Han Li continued to calmly complete these tasks on time, never delaying. This surprised Elder Wei, who eventually recognized Han Li's talent in artifact refining and naturally taught him more, sometimes handing over less important parts of the materials needed for his own refining projects to Han Li. Soon, Han Li was surprised to find that all the materials he was given were rare earth attribute materials, which puzzled him. After all, apart from a few treasures that purely relied on brute force, very few magical artifacts were entirely made from earth attribute materials. However, this had nothing to do with him. He continued his unwavering cultivation of the second layer of the Ming Wang art, gradually sensing remarkable changes in his body. At this time, the Gan family outside the mountains suddenly sent a message to him, saying that the Confucian scholar named Yan who had brought him into the mountain suddenly fell ill and died. Severe illness. I didn't notice any hidden ailments in his body when I examined him before. Han Li was greatly surprised by the news. At the same time, he thought about the recent incidents of unfamiliar cultivators secretly scanning Huanqing Temple with their divine sense, giving off a sense of impending turmoil. I can't stay here for long, or I might get caught up in some big trouble. With his rich experience, Han Li immediately made this decision. From then on, Han Li devoted himself even more to cultivating the Ming Wang art. Over a year later, a relatively minor incident occurred at Huanqing Temple. A qi refining stage external affairs disciple mysteriously disappeared from the temple. This alarmed several high-ranking members of the temple, even drawing the attention of the nascent soul stage old Taoist nun, who personally inquired about the matter. The disappearance of a low-ranking disciple was a trivial matter among the thousands of disciples in the temple. However, this disciple was from the artifact refining hall and could provide some assistance in the ongoing projects, which made the incident significant. In a pavilion where the old Taoist nun had previously discussed matters with the beautiful woman surnamed Yu, she now sat in a grand master's chair, with two other yellow-robed Taoist nuns standing beside her. One was around 40 years old, and the other was about 27 or 28. What happened? Our Huanqing Temple has multiple layers of restrictions, yet a disciple vanished without a trace. Do you have anything to say? The old Taoist nun asked coldly, her face dark. Reporting to Marshal Ant, I have inspected all the temple's restrictions and found them intact, with no signs of intrusion. It seems either a Grandmaster of Formations was involved, or the disciple left voluntarily. The middle-aged Taoist nun hesitated but replied respectfully. A Grandmaster of Formations. Even the top formation masters of Dajin couldn't break our temple's protective array overnight. However, leaving from the inside wouldn't be too difficult. What's the name and background of this disciple? The old Taoist nun frowned and asked after some thought. This disciple's name is Han Li. He was brought back to the temple 2 years ago by Marshal niece Hua Lion from Beilu Academy, where he was about to become an apprentice. The younger Taoist nun, who seemed to have investigated the matter, replied promptly. Han Li. That name is the same as the new elder of the Yi family, the old Taoist nun said in surprise. Yes, Marshal niece was also stunned when she first heard the name, but it's probably just a coincidence. After all, one is a nascent soul stage cultivator, and the other is at the qi refining stage. They couldn't possibly be related, the younger Taoist nun analyzed. Coincidence. There are many coincidences in this world, but just as we are at a crucial stage of refining that thing, someone goes missing. And the missing person just happens to share a name with the new elder of the Yi family. Whether it's a coincidence or not, we must investigate thoroughly. Send someone to the capital to inquire if there's any unknown connection between the two Han Lis. Also, summon Hua Lion here. I want to personally ask her about bringing this disciple back. See if Beilu Academy has set any trap for us. And the refining hall's progress must not stop for a moment. We must complete our project within 3 years to avoid delaying important matters. The old Taoist nun ordered, her expression unreadable. Yes, Martial Ant. Understood. The other two responded repeatedly, and then left to arrange these matters. Once the two had left the pavilion, the old Taoist nun sighed, leaned back, and slowly closed her eyes. 3 months later, in the largest market in Yizhu, a young man bought a piece of unknown ore from a shop that had been displayed for nearly 100 years without attracting any attention, paying a high price of 10,000 spirit stones. 5 months later, at the famous Fanchuan Trade Fair in Fan County, a masked cultivator bought 3 pieces of fire tin wood for 15,000 spirit stones. 6 months later, at Kailong Mansion in Fengzhou, a mid-sized sect called the Mingjian sect reported a theft. The spirit horn of an iron-horn rhino, which was kept in the sect's treasury, vanished without a trace. 8 months later, at the Zongping family, the top family in county, a hideously ugly mid-nascent soul cultivator visited them, offering a 1,000-year-old spirit herb and a 7th-level demon beast spirit pill in exchange for their treasured 5 light wood. When the family head refused and summoned the 2 nascent soul elders, the ugly man easily froze both elders with his great magical powers. The Zongping family head was shocked and had no choice but to reluctantly hand over the 5 light wood. The ugly man took the wood, laughed loudly, and left behind the spirit herb and the demon pill before leaving. It took great effort to thaw the 2 elders, who, although not fatally injured, suffered significant loss of energy. 9 months later, in just over a year, the southern part of Dajin saw frequent appearances of a young man, a masked cultivator, and an ugly man. They searched for all kinds of rare materials. The young man bought strange materials that no one knew about. The masked cultivator spent extravagantly at auctions, seemingly with endless spirit stones, and the ugly man forcibly exchanged spirit herbs and demon pills for various rare treasures from different families and small sects. Of course, some mid to large sects also reported mysterious thefts from their storerooms.